Will the meeting please come to order? Today is Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. This is the 8th meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County and our second meeting of 2024. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Pastor Vincent Johnson of Community Baptist Church on Dickerson Pike, which was sadly devastated during the December 9th tornado. Pastor Johnson is the guest of District 3 Council Member Jennifer Gamble. Community members, I do apologize. Mr. George Acklin is the guest of Council Member Gamble. Mr. Acklin, thank you for being with us, sir. Please proceed with your invocation. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank God for this opportunity to be here tonight, and we thank Council Lady Gamble for extending this invitation, for it is a privilege for me to come to lead you in prayer tonight. Let us bow. Colossians 3:23 and 24 says, "And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily as to the Lord, and not unto men, knowing that of the Lord ye shall receive the reward of the inheritance, for ye serve the Lord Christ." Gracious God, we thank you for this opportunity, and that you have called these people here together in this chamber to represent the people of this great city. We ask you to come and reveal your will in every aspect of the business at hand. And as they discuss the affairs of the citizens of this city, show them your purposes. Enlighten them that they may know how you want them to accomplish their task. Direct their thoughts, O Lord, their words, their decisions, and their action toward the right path to help them to stay on track. Let your will be done, O Lord, as they plan and make vital and important decisions in decency and in order. And Lord God, we'll be honored and grateful to give your name the praise. In the mighty name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you again, Pastor Acklin. Okay. Well, happy almost Lunar New Year to all who celebrate, and we'll welcome the Year of the Dragon on February 10th. Happy Black History Month as well. I have several announcements and reminders to bring to members and the public's attention. Regarding prioritization for the capital improvement budget, members' prioritization spreadsheets are due by close of business on Monday, February 12th. You will have received an email from Matthew Wilkinson on council staff this past Friday, members, with details, and Greg Claxton of the Planning Department provided a brief explanatory presentation at yesterday's Planning and Zoning Committee if members or the public would like additional information about how we do capital improvement budget prioritization. Early voting begins on Wednesday, February 14th. That is Valentine's Day. I said it last time. I'll say it again. If you love democracy, make a plan to vote early. There are at least 3 changes in the usual early voting locations, so please be advised. Follow and share the social media of the Davidson County Election Commission. Look for them online at nashville.gov and for your sample ballot mailer in your mailbox, all of which will include the information that Nashvillians need to make a plan to vote early. The council will be touring the Nashville Airport facility on Friday, February 16th. So members, please do reply by February 9th via your Outlook calendar invitation or to Rosie directly, perhaps this evening for planning purposes. Please also save the date for members and for the community for 4:30 on Wednesday, February 27th, where we will have an affordable housing 201 convening with Angie Hubbard in the Housing Division of Metro Planning here in the council chamber. This will be similar to some of the deep dives we have done in recent months with the Homeless Services Division, Metro Schools, and the Finance Department, and more details will follow shortly. Lastly, council members will have received a memo from me yesterday that our office has also publicly noticed that our next council meeting will be on Thursday, March the 7th. Okay, so due to the presidential primary election on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, and pursuant to Section 3 of the Metropolitan Charter and Rule 46.1 of the Council's Rules of Procedure, I've called a special meeting of the Council for Thursday, March 7th at 6:30 p.m. So members, though, remember that the associated committee meetings and for the public will be held on that Wednesday, March 6th. So we kind of keep those traveling together and next to each other, as well as on March 7th for our committee meetings. The Metro Council's rules of procedure specify that no council or committee meeting shall be held on days in which a primary or general election overseen by the Davidson County Election Commission has been scheduled. If an election falls on a regularly scheduled council meeting date, the vice mayor may schedule a special meeting to conduct the business of the council. So March 7th for that meeting and March 6th and 7th for committees. So please be advised. All right. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes from January 23rd, 2024? In a second, okay, there's a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting of January 23rd are adopted. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're now going to move into Section E, elections and confirmations on our agenda. We have 7 potential confirmations this evening to a variety of boards and commissions. For all appointees, we appreciate your willingness to serve and your patience as we proceed through our committee meetings and announcements this evening. Subsequent to your confirmation votes, please do remain with us, and then I will recognize each of you who have been confirmed individually for collective applause and thanks from the council. Okay, council members, without objection, all appointees having, and this is just informational for you, having received unanimous recommendations of the Rules, Confirmations, and Election Committee will be voted on at one time. But much like a consent agenda, you may request to remove a confirmation item from the collective vote. Subsequent to Chair Sepulveda's committee report, I will prompt members for the same. Then by raising your hand, you may request an individual vote and or ask to be recorded as abstaining on any item in Section E. So Chair Sepulveda, you are recognized, please, for your report.
Thank you,
Yes,
Vice Mayor.
Yep.
For the Agricultural Extension Board appointment of Ms. Barbara Davenry for a term expiring on February 6, 2027, rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Civil Service Commission reappointment of Mr. Ethan Link for a term expiring on March 31st, 2029, rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Metro Action Commission appointment of Ms. Erica Burnett for a term expiring on February 2nd, 2027, rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television Board reappointment of Mr. Mark Brown for a term expiring on February 5th, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television Board reappointment of Mr. Walter H. Lewis for a term expiring on February 5th, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Tourism and Convention Commission, appointment of Mr. Robert E. Higgins Jr. for a term expiring on June 30, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And for the Agricultural Extension Board, reappointment of Ms. Gigi Drumright for a term expiring on February 6, 2027. Rules voted for 1 meeting deferral, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Sepulveda. Members, having heard the report of Chair Sepulveda, is anyone seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the collective vote and/or to be recorded as abstaining on a particular item here in Section E? By show of hands. Okay, seeing none. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to be noted as an abstention for the Tourism and Convention Commission appointment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, if you will please so note that, please. And Ms. Darby, by order of operations here, with Ms. Drumright having been a deferral, will we take that separately as well? Okay, so members, then we are voting on all of the appointees with the exception of Ms. Drumright, who will be held out for a separate deferral motion and vote. Okay, do I have a motion then for those appointees? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that slate of appointees? Okay, seeing none seeking to be recognized, all in favor, please say aye. All wanting to vote no? And the abstentions were already recorded. Thank you. Okay, then item E2, for the Agricultural Extension Board, the reappointment of Ms. Gigi Drumright for a term expiring on February 6th, 2027. Do I have a motion for a 1 meeting deferral? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Any noes or abstentions? Okay, Ms. Drumright will be deferred to the meeting of February 20th. Okay. All right, so now let us then recognize all these folks who have been kind to put themselves forward for public service. To the Agricultural Extension Board, we have appointed Ms. Barbara Devaney. Ms. Devaney, would you please rise? Are you still here? Hi, Barbara. To the Civil Service Commission, the reappointment of Mr. Ethan Link. To the Metro Action Commission, we have appointed Ms. Erica Burnett. To the Nashville Education Community on Arts Television Board, also known as NECAT, we have reappointed Mr. Mark Brown. To NECAT, also a reappointment of Mr. Walter H. Lewis. And then to the Tourism and Convention Commission, Mr. Robert E. Higgins, Jr. Would you all please join me in congratulating and thanking these community members? Okay, members. Let's please move along with the agenda. Thank you so much to all our guests who have been confirmed. We appreciate you. Okay, we are now on item E8, which is nominations for the Transportation Licensing Commission. Okay, these nominations are to fill a vacancy for a term expiring January 31st, 2026, with an election to be held at the February 20th, 2024 council meeting. If those wishing to make a nomination to the Transportation Licensing Commission would please raise their hands to be recognized. Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized other than Mr. Coupin for a nomination to the Transportation and Licensing Commission? In the gallery, quiet please, as we proceed with our agenda, please. Okay, Mr. Coupin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to nominate Michael Hayes, please.
Okay. Duly noted. Are there any other members seeking to nominate someone to the Transportation Licensing Commission? Okay. Seeing none, I will share with you that nominees will be notified to meet with the Council's Rules and Confirmations and Public Elections Committee on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, and an election to fill the vacancy, which I guess may be by acclamation here if we don't have anybody else, will be conducted at the council meeting that evening. Any nominee who does not appear before the Rules Committee on February 20th shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination, and the clerk will be in touch, Mr. Coupin, with your nominee. Okay. All right, we are now moving into public comment. Ms. Stiles, you're seeking to be recognized?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry, I was responding to, well, one of the appointments with the mayor's office just now. I did have a name to submit for the Traffic and Parking Commission.
Okay.
Please.
Go ahead, Ms. Stiles.
Ryan Justin Burling.
Ryan.
Justin Burling.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Cash, you're recognized for a point of order.
I just want to make sure, because you said transportation licensing and she said traffic and parking, that we're nominating for.
Forgive me.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay, Ms. Stiles, you are confirming that this is for the Transportation and Licensing Commission, okay?
Thank you, Councilmember Cash.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have the name from Ms. Stiles? Okay. All right. Teeny bit out of order there, Ms. Stiles, but that's okay. We're moving on. Thank you, Mr. Clash, for the clarification. Okay, now we are on item F, section F on our agenda, the public comment for legislative items on this agenda. This regular public comment period is required to be on every agenda. Pursuant to section let's just say, pursuant to the Tennessee Code, time is reserved for public comment on legislative items appearing on this agenda. Members of the public wishing to speak may sign up on the council meeting sign-up sheet on the day of the scheduled meeting, and the public comment sign-up ends at 6 p.m. Pursuant to Council Rule 28, the public comment again is limited to matters on the agenda. You may only speak about items that appear on the agenda. And for clarification, this time on the sign-up sheet we have, you may only speak about the item for which you signed up. Okay. First is Ms. Linda Ferris. She is speaking on agenda item number 57. That's BL 2024-185, to which she is in opposition. Ms. Ferris, you are recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much to the council members for allowing us this time to speak. Except for the time that my husband was active duty in the Marine Corps, I have lived in the Goodlettsville, Madison area my entire life, as do my siblings, my children, and many extended family members. We grew up in these neighborhoods. We were educated here. Now we work in this city and love this city and have done so for 50 to 80 years in my immediate family. Many of my neighbors have lived in their very homes for over 50 years. I am speaking tonight on behalf of my family members, my neighbors who asked that you put a stop to Bill 185 and consider those of us who will be affected by them should they pass. We chose to purchase homes in these areas because of the charm, the family-friendly neighborhoods. We love the look, the land, the trees, the wildlife, and the families. We made the choice to live in the suburbs for these reasons. These bills would be a detriment to our area. Traffic is already a problem. Emergency services cannot keep up. And our schools cannot know from year to year because of the varying enrollment. Allowing these bills to even be considered is ludicrous, and trying to market them as part of the Affordable Housing Initiative is unconscionable. Even the apartments in the homes that have been built already are far from affordable to the average income earner. This is forcing many to just pay rent and causing them to never really put down roots in these areas. Allowing these bills to be considered will just make developers, few of them who even live in these communities, richer, and the working class poorer. I beg you to leave our neighborhoods alone. Do not make those of us who have lived here and loved it here want to leave because of these proposed changes.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris.
Thank you.
Okay, no clapping, please. Second is Mr. Steve Ryder. He is here to speak on agenda item number 27. That's RS 2024-215. Mr. Ryder, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm speaking on the planning grant that the COC is designated the Office of Homeless Services to go out there and be the COC collaborative applicant. I just want to make sure and get this on the record that I think the COC should play a major role in any sort of consultant that is put forward. Frankly, I've been disappointed with the consultants that we've had, so I think we can do much, much better. I do understand that if you're going to solve homelessness, you have to focus on housing. And if you're going to do housing for extremely low-income people, that really means public housing. Because you're not going to get it through low-income housing tax credits and some other things. What I would ask is the mayor, and I know because the capital spending plan is a little bit difficult for you guys to put forward, but if you put some seed money out there and then you can go out and build something, and as soon as you get your certificate of occupancy, you can go out there and issue tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds. Since they're public housing, you'll have that money come from the federal government. That will pay off those bonds. It's not really that complicated. But we're focused on housing choice vouchers and these things, and they're really kind of limited. Years ago, the idea of housing choice vouchers, if you got a voucher, you could go out in the neighborhood you wanted to live in. That model doesn't work anymore. And if you're going to go out there and we have homelessness increasing, and that's going to continue to increase. And so you really have to focus on public housing. It's the only model that will actually address the issue. And there's all sorts of entities that can do these tax-exempt bonds. You can have MDHA, you can have Health Education Facilities Board. You don't have to sign off on all of them. Some just have to be the mayor. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Next to speak is Mr. Craig Bardo. He is speaking on agenda item 17, RS 2024-205, which is an amendment to an affordable housing grant, and he is speaking in opposition. Mr. Bardo, you're recognized.
Thank you. My dissertation research examines the effects of political and media narratives on housing affordability here in Nashville. Policy scholars know that affordable housing programs do little to provide sustained relief for those who need it most, nor do these programs promote general affordability. Indeed, recent scholarship reveals that 62% of working-age renters can't afford housing in America, which means renters can't afford to live here. These results are a feature and not a bug of housing in Nashville, sadly infected with a violent market fetishism that is not disrupted by affordable housing programs. Indeed, political and media narratives that promote these programs hamper affordability. An example of the violence of markets shows up in the ongoing evisceration of neighborhoods in and around Jefferson Street, near I-40. The proposed cap there involves green spacing of the sort that tends to accelerate the displacement of generational residents from communities which are now desirable because, in this case, they're adjacent to the highly coveted downtown corridor. Markets impose violence on those with little to no political power. The nexus of markets and violence is nakedly illustrated by an ad that aired recently on Hulu depicting Gaza as a potential resort community. This ad aired after the International Court of Justice found plausible evidence of Israeli genocide in Gaza. There are approaches to housing policy proven to foster affordability, but for now, and for the sake of those you would serve, learn more about why market-based programs like affordable housing don't work, learn more about the beneficial effects of decommodification strategies, and call for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Okay, number 4 on our public comment sign up is Tristan Warner. Tristan is speaking on agenda item number 47, RS 2024-235, which is a resolution honoring the life of civil rights leader King Hollins. Mr. Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm here to voice my support for Resolution 235 in the honor of the life of King Hollins. A lifelong supporter of the oppressed in their struggles to achieve freedom, Mr. Hollins was a young man when he was jailed for taking a public stand against an overwhelming system of racial and economic exploitation and repression. He spoke of the need for people in struggle to evolve as the issues we struggle with also evolve. I would like to remind the council that leaders in the struggle for Black liberation understood that all struggles for liberation are connected. Indeed, Fannie Lou Hamer correctly said that nobody's free until everybody's free. We have seen recently here in this council efforts to block the voice of the people from speaking on the current genocidal actions being taken against the people of Palestine and Gaza. I am reminded of Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail, where with laser focus, he destroys all the arguments of people who would paper over and disguise their own lack of courage with false appeals to proper procedure, waiting for the right time or letting the system take care of the issues. Similarly, we hear from the council that it doesn't speak on international issues. This is, of course, the same kind of obfuscation that seeks to hide the true motives of the council. We know this fetishization of procedure and precedent is a pretext meant to silence the people and to maintain the status quo and preserve massive imbalances of power. I ask you all to find the courage to recognize that all struggles for liberation are connected. There is a direct line from American segregation to Zionism and its attempts to erase Palestinians. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Next for our public comment is Daria Gorashi. She is here to speak on agenda item 25. That's RS 2024-235, which is a resolution approving Amendment 2 to a Strengthening Public Health Infrastructure, Workforce, and Data Systems grant. Ms. Gorashi, you are recognized.
Thank you. As an intern pharmacist who's worked at Vanderbilt and other Tennessee pharmacies for the past half-decade, and just speaking as a Nashvillian who cares about the well-being of people in my community, it's beyond devastating to see 150 deaths of Tennesseans due to COVID within the past 30 days. It is also pertinent that we address the 16,816 new COVID cases in Tennessee that have racked up within the past 30 days as well. And this is all according to the Tennessee Department of Health. We are seeing in real time the effects of long COVID that has been experienced by our community. That can include symptoms such as chronic fatigue, lung capacities, and overall disability. My mind also instantly goes to our brothers and sisters in Gaza and Palestine medically suffering for the past 122 days due to a military siege paid for by our tax dollars. And worst of all, speaking as a Jewish Iranian healthcare worker, the Israeli government is doing this in my community's name, which is unacceptable. Specifically to this topic, medical humanitarian aid has also been blocked by the Israeli military, and that also enact this genocide. For those Palestinians who avoid being killed by the military weapons that our tax dollars pay for, they are still dying en masse due to completely preventable diseases, including but not limited to tuberculosis and COVID. If this community can't have the basic human decency to call for a ceasefire, who are we to see these Palestinian healthcare workers with barely any access to drinking water protect their community while we twiddle our thumbs and pretend COVID isn't real anymore? Health is not a personal issue. It is a systemic responsibility that the powers that be should steward with every fiber of their being. It is our moral responsibility to address this, not just for short-term infections, but to prevent the deaths and chronic disabling of our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garashi. Next is Ryan Dickerson. He is speaking on agenda item 50. That's resolution 2024-238, which is a resolution recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in Nashville in Davidson County. He is speaking in support of this resolution. Mr. Dickerson, you're recognized.
Hello. I'm here to express my support for RS 2024-238. Recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in Nashville. George Jackson, the brilliant Black intellectual and revolutionary, wrote from his cell in San Quentin in 1971, where he was serving 1 year to life for stealing allegedly $70 from a gas station. He wrote, "The really ugly side of imperialism is being demonstrated for not just the people who suffer its effects abroad, but also to the little sleepy guy here in the U.S." That was 1971, but looking behind me here today, we see the exact same phenomenon occurring here as well. We see this really ugly side of imperialism in the FUSIS surveillance system, the license plate readers, and facial recognition technology. We see it in the most incarcerated zip code in the U.S., just a few miles north of this location. We see it in the police occupation of Black neighborhoods. After all, the cops have the same weapons and technology as a military. In fact, most of them are military hand-me-downs. Techniques of repression were tested and honed in occupied Palestine and brought here by the Israeli Defense Forces. Once again, the imperialism abroad is reflected here at home. The struggles abroad and here at home are completely inseparable. George Jackson was talking about Vietnam, but here we are today talking about Palestine. The movement grows every day, and we call as one for a ceasefire resolution to be brought to the floor. Free Palestine.
Next is Ms. Joy Andal. She is speaking on agenda item 46, RS 2024-234, which is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Department and the Metropolitan Department of Codes and Building Safety create a pattern book for medium-density housing. She is speaking in support. Oh, hello, Joy. Yes, let me turn on the ADA mic for you. You are recognized, Joy.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I'm here in support, as you said, for the pattern book and medium density housing as a city that we claim to be and try and are working really good to be committed to inclusiveness. We aim to meet the diverse needs of our residents by mindfully incorporating multiple patterns featuring universal designs and plans that go a tad bit beyond the minimum guidelines that were put in place more than 3 decades ago. Nashville could ensure we offer contemporary housing options, catering to individuals of all ages and abilities, including those with sight, hearing impairments, mobility, sensory, intellectual disabilities, and other unique contemporary requirements, which I've been dealing with for years, but now long COVID has brought to the surface, and a lot of people have been seeing some of these things without a name for years. So I'm asking for several designs of studios, 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, for families, asking you, as you're making this pattern book, reach out to the experienced community that has been living day to day with man-made obstructions and ask what can be done to make just a little bit better living with our missing middle demographic while we wait on updated standards from the government. Also, I went to Coffee County last week, and I was shocked at all the duplexes that I saw being thrown up. They were almost universal. If they can do that, we can do that. I mean, I saw dozens that had just been, seemed like dozens that had just been built on rentals where I could roll in, and most people that have children, that have strollers, that we don't know what they're dealing with, could enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andal. Okay, next, please no clapping in the gallery. Thank you. Is Ms. Kimberly Jones Mbui. She is speaking on agenda item number 29, resolution 2024-217, which is a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle her own claims against the Metropolitan government. Ms. Mbui, you are recognized.
Thanks for having me. On November the 15th, 2021, my daughter's life was taken and my entire family's life shattered. We did what we thought we were supposed to do in domestic violence situation. We got the protection order, we called police, yet they left us, and 10 minutes later, he came and shot my daughter, killing her and wounding my husband. I've been fighting the last two years of my lives, fighting through the pain, fighting through the grief. Though I didn't save my daughter, I hope to save any other domestic violence victims in her name. That she wants me to fight. She wants me to keep fighting, and I will. For Michaela, we always will.
Thank you. Keandria Jones, would you like to be recognized next? You're recognized on the same item.
Good evening, Metro Council. I am Michaela Carter's sister. We are happy about the policy changes, but of course, we do wish that they could have been implemented before November 15th of 2021, the day Michaela was taken from us and the day that we were failed tremendously by Metro Nashville Police Department. These policy changes are only a part of the solution. We need every officer to respond to every domestic violence call with compassion, with empathy, and with intention. We need every officer to remember that the other person on the other side of the phone could be your daughter, your sister, your brother, or your son, and respond accordingly. We are grateful that accountability is taking place in this room today. Thank you, Metro Council, for hearing us. Michaela's story will save lives from this day forward, and we will continue to live, laugh, and love like Michaela and for Michaela. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Gayden, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shemaine Gayden, and I was there the day that my best friend Michaela got shot. And I just want to start by saying that it is extremely unfortunate that we are even having to stand before you guys today. It's unfortunate that my best friend had to beg for her life and still lost it. It's unfortunate that we have to relive November 15th and November 22nd, the day that she died, 2021, every single day. It's unfortunate that a mother has to mourn her daughter and family and friends have to mourn their loved one as well, when in fact, she should still be here today. Though I'm grateful that these policy changes can and will help save someone else's life, I just wish it could have saved my best friend. I know she's proud of the fight her mother and everyone else is fighting. I hope that changes will continue to be made as it pertains to domestic violence victims. And for the love of God, I hope that Metro Nashville Police Department specifically will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you three very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're very, very sorry for your loss. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the legislative public comment time on our agenda. And so now we will move to our pre-budget public comment period. Okay, this special comment period is to provide input for the annual budget process before the operating and capital improvement budgets are submitted. These comments may be about general or specific funding needs and priorities for operations and programs and capital needs. The pre-budget public comment period will last for a total of 2 hours. The clerk here will be keeping the time. You will be asked by Ms. Hayes in the back on our council staff team. Hello, Ms. Hayes. Thank you so much. To line up behind the podium area in the order of the sign-up sheet. I will call your name in order on the sheet, and if you need to know where you are on the sheet, there is a copy posted on the wall next to the door. There's one in the mezzanine, and of course, you are welcome to ask staff to assist you. Ms. Hayes will coordinate the line throughout the duration of the 2-hour public comment timeframe. You will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Once you are finished speaking, you may exit to your left of the podium and through that door where Ms. Carter is standing there. And you may take a seat back in the gallery if there are any open seats, and Ms. Hayes and Ms. Carter can assist you with locating an open seat at that time. Mr. Clerk, will you please start the 2-hour clock when the first member of the community begins to speak? First to be recognized is Ms. Karen McIntyre. Ms. McIntyre, you're recognized.
Thank you. After that, I just wish for you all the wisdom of Solomon. So I'll share a very short Solomon tale, King Solomon tale. The sweet, sweet smell of the baker's shop made one poor hungry man stop. And he smelled and he smiled and he smelled some more until he found himself at the baker's door. And there he sat, completely lost in scent, until the baker rushed out and said, "Police, come arrest this thief. He is stealing the smell of my fresh baked bread." The police arrested the man and took him before the judge, who heard the story from beginning to end. And as judges do, meted out justice. He looked at the man and said, "I'm sorry, you do owe some money to the baker. You have been stealing the smell of his bread." The man said, "I only have a few pennies." "Ah," said the judge, "justice is wise, but sometimes it's funny. You may pay for the smell of the baker's bread with the sound of your jingling money." The point of the story is, of course, the best solutions to all problems are win-win solutions. And I'm here to propose a win-win for you tonight for your budget. I'm not asking you for money. I'm suggesting you're missing a real opportunity for an income revenue stream, and that's food waste prevention. We hope you will join us, the Sustainability Stewardship Advisory Council, and the Tennessee Department of Environmental Conservation at TSU on April the 1st, I know it's April Fool's, on April the 1st for a food waste prevention summit, where we'll be discussing ways that you can make money from the food waste, you can feed the hungry from the food waste, you can keep the atmosphere clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Mr. James Brown, here to speak about Metro Parks. Mr. Brown, you're recognized.
All right, y'all don't act like you've never seen a blind person before. I am the immediate past chair of the Mayor's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. And funny story, I pulled up an app that I have, which is artificial intelligence. It gives me information that's around my world. And I took a picture of this front room here, and it said, right in front of you, there's a bald guy. And it turns out that bald guy is my Metro councilman. So, John, now I do know that you are bald. But that kind of technology gives me the right to live in the world. It gives me access to information around me. And I'm a runner. I run around McCabe a lot. There's an organization called Achilles. And also like to go in there and work out at the McCabe Community Center. But a lot of that equipment is not accessible to me. There is equipment like Peloton bikes, Peloton treadmills, and other equipment that are accessible to people with disabilities. And I am going to be proposing to Metro Council and trying to work towards the goal of getting more accessible equipment inside sports and recs in our city. And so I would love for you all to help me. People with disabilities have a right to live in the world. If you could help us do that, it would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Sorry, Don.
Next, next is Joy Andal. Ms. Andal, I'm turning on the ADA mic there, speaking regarding sidewalks, Vision Zero, and bus stops. Ms. Andal, you're recognized.
Thank y'all for letting me speak again. Some of y'all know that I'm a big advocate for sidewalks, complete sidewalk networks, and Vision Zero. I'm considered a vulnerable pedestrian, I guess, and very much appreciate the LPI leading pedestrian indicator intervals that changed some this year for me, funding that was put in the budget. I also, the increased sidewalks and ramps that I enjoy now on Craighead. Thank you very much for everyone that participated in funding that. I want to, sidewalks, curb ramps, crosswalk lights, and painted crosswalks, textured yellow mats are the most important thing to my sight-impaired friends and myself, as well as those utilizing strollers, no matter the age or their ability. It's great to see money allocated under State of Good Repair, bringing non-ADA compliant sidewalks into compliance. Some probably reported by me on Hub Nashville over the last few years. It means a lot to the weekly NDOT report that shows where new construction is going in for sidewalks. And as far as education goes, tonight coming when I was crossing Nolansville in front of Glen Rose, I think we're going to have to do a lot of work with education because people don't seem to know who's got the right of way when they're in the last lane and the flashing light is going on, because I almost got hit by somebody that wanted to play chicken and make it their right-hand turn instead of letting me finish. Also happened on Windgrove, so I'm thankful that there's going to be a light installation put in there and a crosswalk. Good things are also going on for paratransit and fixed routes, new bus stops and landings. I hope the signal upgrade money can help with audible cross lights. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Andal. Next is Mr. Carl Meyer, here to speak about affordable housing. Mr. Meyer, you're recognized, sir.
The top priority of Metro government should be to assure warm, dry, decent, and secure housing attainable for every person living in Metro Nashville, including unhoused people. This should be a public obligation right up there with other essential Metro services. Some folks propose a $30 million appropriation for the Barnes Fund, and that would be very good. That would be only a token stab at addressing our housing problem, which is getting worse. During my 27 years in Nashville, North Nashville, mayors and council have approved borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars to help super wealthy investors build facilities for their hobby sports teams. The justification is always that these investments will actually pay for themselves. Housing also pays for itself with rent and mortgage payments. And when ordinary working people can afford housing in Davidson County, they also pay sales and property taxes in Davidson County. When they have to commute from border counties to earn income here, they spend most of their income in those counties and pay their taxes in those counties. Now, Metro should borrow hundreds of millions to actually solve our affordable housing problem. We could use that money along with the creative use of all unused land and buildings owned by Metro government in public-private partnerships with developments using these land parcels and buildings along with the Barnes Fund grants and Metro bond commitments. You know the rest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Next is Angel Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry, you have put a bill number on the sign up, and now is not the time to speak about a specific bill. Would you like to speak on something generally pertinent to the operational budget or capital investments?
I do want to speak to this particular issue, but I want to talk about it because I feel like we need more than just a requirement to report. We need a mechanism, so I'd like you to give me my 2 minutes, please.
Okay, a mechanism for that perhaps to be funded through the budget.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm speaking on BL 2024-179, which is an ordinance to amend Section 2.44115 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to require reporting relating to MNPD's use of force. But if this is going to be the last line of oversight for the people, I strongly suggest you have a reporting mechanism whereby we can have a database that reflects the community needs. I was the criminal chair of the Criminal Justice Committee for the NAACP, and we have had many, many reports of police misconduct. Now that the COB's hands have been tied in terms of independently investigating allegations of police misconduct, this becomes imperative to Nashville residents. As a friend of the families of Daniel Hambrick, Jaquise Clemens, and Marquette Martin, who have been denied justice in the city, we require this body to do everything in its power to ensure that we have a system of checks and balances. Because this civilian review board prototype proposed by Mayor O'Connell, you must admit, lacks any substantive legal input and will be operating from a purely advisory standpoint while lacking in any real investigative power. Last June, Tennessee officers joined Georgia officers in Israel, where no doubt they learned how to become more violent and dehumanizing in their approach to Black and brown protesters. And let me just remind you of the large volume of women reporting sexual misconduct at the hands of MNPD in August of 2020, which your colleague Bob Mendez is well aware of. So, in closing.
Thank you, Ms. Stansberry. Next is Tristan Buckner, here to speak about funding for the village. Mr. Buckner, you're recognized.
Yes. As an advocate of youth violence prevention, I represent just one of the many organizations that benefit from the invaluable resources and support provided by the village, all pro bono, which you know is free. Today, I stand before you to request funding of $1.2 million for the next 3 years for the village, which is an essential and impactful space that embodies a crucial mission in our community. This doubles our current operating budget, allowing for more staff, programming, and resources that are aligned with the demonstrated needs of our grassroots nonprofit leaders and other serving organizations. The village serves as a sanctuary for grassroots community leaders from marginalization communities, offering them the opportunity to connect, assess resources, gain wisdom, secure funding, and empower themselves. Having experienced the impact of youth violence firsthand, I recognize the urge and need for effective initiatives to address this pressing issue. The village plays a pivotal role in curbing youth violence by providing a lived experience perspective that informs and shapes strategies and provides and programs that resonate with those directly affected by violence. The mission of the village aligns perfectly with the needs of our community, affirming identities and lived experiences of all individuals within its walls. It stands as a shield against oppression, including anti-Blackness, religious discrimination, misogyny, homophobia, albinism, classism, and all other forms of disrespect and bias. By supporting the village, you are investing in a beacon of hope, a place where marginalized voices can rise, connections are made, resources accessed, and power is reclaimed. The impact of funding this space extends far beyond its physical walls, resonating deeply within the hearts and lives of those who long been overlooked and unheard. I urge you to consider the profound significance of the village and the pivotal role it plays in addressing youth violence and uplifting marginalized communities. The lasting influence of this investment will have a transformative impact on the well-being of our community as a whole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner. Next is Christine Hall speaking on arts equity. Ms. Hall, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you. I am an artist who has lived in District 17 since 2002 and worked in many of the districts here in Nashville. I want to thank you, Vice Mayor, and each of you council members for your representation and for your consideration of all these worthy budget items. I also want to thank my fellow citizens for showing out to speak of their passion and care for our city and one another. There are so many items that are worthy of your consideration, but there is one that uplifts all others, that gives our life not just quality, but meaning, and that is the arts. And I'm here today with many other artists to join my voice in asking that you dedicate 1% of our total budget to the arts, with a 50-50 split between the large institutions that we all value and know, and also the smaller organizations and independent artists who are upcoming, the places where that next big thing is coming from. And I just ask that you think about all the ways that the arts affect you, that they touch your lives every day, that they give each of us opportunity for expression, for connection, to notice how the arts are what we based our reputation on, that the artists are what we built this city on. Really, they're what attract our visitors. They're what keep our residents here engaged. And I just want to thank you again for paying attention to what it really is, because when we get down to the level, we're looking at all these forces at play in our life. We have these destructive forces and we have these creative forces. And when we donate our time and our energy to what has meaning to us, when we dedicate the funds to what truly pays back, that will be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Next is Sangeeta Ekambaram, also speaking on arts equity. Ms. Ekambaram, you're recognized.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity as an artist to be here and make this comment. My name is Sangeeta. I currently reside in District 34, but work all over the city. I have a multicultural and interdisciplinary artistic background. I'm a singer, among other things, and this has led me to participate in a wide variety of projects across the city, across genres and across cultures. And with a special interest in community building, I love collaborating with local artists wherever I find myself. I arrived in Nashville a few years ago, and I can say with utmost sincerity that I have never been greeted with more unconditional generosity and community spirit than I have with Nashville's artistic community. A little over a year ago, I started my own organization and am in awe of what occurred in just a short amount of time, partnering with other independent artists, cultural organizations, small and large organizations, and they all exemplified this spirit of collaboration. I've experienced firsthand the strong desire for art making all over the city in communities that work at the grassroots, in neighborhoods, enriching the soil of creativity and cultural preservation. There are also innovative artists seeking to build new communities at the edge of artistic exploration. However, the great tragedy is that Nashville remains severely underfunded in the arts, especially compared to other similar cities. And this is such a huge loss knowing what I know about this city. That's why there should be a vote to fund Metro Arts at 1% of the combined budget. Metro Arts has made much of what I described possible. And as a member of Arts Equity Nashville, we're advocating that at least 50% of that be reserved for local, independent, and small organizations. And the issue of equity also includes censorship, and I can't help but notice, but that particularly applies to some of the voices that are left out of these conversations. And I just want to ask you to please imagine what would happen if we matched the budget with that enthusiasm and energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Robert Joni. Okay, speaking on arts equity as well. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I want to again thank everybody who's here and listening to us tonight, particularly Bert Withers, who didn't notice me out there but helped me out with a housing issue last year, and a big thank you for that because that was a big help. I am an artist. I grew up in London, but I've been coming back and forth to Nashville since the early 90s. Since I was born, I have family here. I moved here in 2010. What really drew me to Nashville is the culture of Nashville. Nashville is the Athens of the South, is Music City, USA. There's so much such an amazing legacy of culture in Nashville. And moving here in 2010, I've really seen how quickly this city has gentrified and how much economic growth has been brought to this city. When that happens, the first people who are priced out are always the artists. The artists have, believe me, it's not easy to make money in the arts. It's something that benefits this city. It's something this city has traditionally branded itself on. And recently, that brand has changed to reflect, Nash Vegas and this new look for the city. And I know that Mayor O'Connell, who I'm very grateful for, graciously pledged 1% to the arts. He also pledged to bring more neighborhood mentality to Nashville, Moreville, Las Vegas. And I think that that's really important to do, to invest in the arts and the artists of Nashville so we can really uplift the culture of this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Seamus Purdy, here to speak on student support. You're recognized, Mr. Purdy.
I'm Seamus, and I live in District 18. I'm here tonight for the Tennessee Student Union. I'm asking y'all to recognize how our city is interconnected. In order to build up our schools and ensure our students are successful, we must address broader community factors. We, as a city, have been begging for crumbs over the past 4 years. Many of y'all were elected under the premise that this would change, that we would be heard. So listen to us. As a public student, now in my senior year, I've seen this council do little to materially address our needs as students. In fact, my time in high school has been marked by a rising police budget, while community education was gutted, and critical quality life departments, like Metro Arts, were left abandoned. Our communities and our schools are inseparable, and this inaction has taken away from critical third spaces that accommodate youth in the city. Bringing back community education would be 0.3% of MMPD's 2024 budget. Ensuring Metro Arts can fulfill their needs in accommodating youth and artists with their ask of $34 million would be only 11% of MMPD's 2024 budget. We do not need more money for police. We need more money to strengthen our communities. Building spaces where folks in the city have their needs met, including recreationally, would reduce the supposed police need. And this is a significantly more humane approach to building a city that operates for everyone. Until this happens, we will forever be stuck in a cycle of hardship. Nashville must do better. Finally, I would like to echo the call to free Palestine. Pass a ceasefire resolution.
Okay, next is Ms. Kay Mulliken. Ms. Mulliken, you're recognized to speak on a general item related to the budget.
Good evening. My name is Kay Mulliken. I'm a 24-year veteran dispatcher with the 911 Department of Emergency Communications here in Nashville. The calls we take every day to help the citizens and the tourists of my city and my coworkers and I take great pride in the service we provide. We don't want to have to live in poverty to do our job, and we are thankful that the cost of living adjustments that the council approved last year's budget, thank you so much. And we're here tonight, not for a raise, but we're here tonight asking for a 5% cost of living this year. The consumer price index for last year was 4%, which means, as all of you know, gas, groceries, taxes, everything went up. And I just am asking, as you look at this year's budget, to please consider for us to receive the 5%, which means that we can maintain and stay stable in our houses and afford our bills that keep rising and still keep our jobs and be able to work in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan, for your service as a dispatcher. Next, we have Ms. Erica Perry here to speak on youth services. You're recognized, Ms. Perry.
Thank you so much. Hey, y'all. I'm Erica Perry. I live in District 10. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Movement Committee, and I'm a member of the Black Nashville Assembly. Over the last 4 years, we've been working with students and families in Nashville and really the Middle Tennessee area to redefine public safety and define our vision for safe and healthy communities. And so a large part of that vision includes investing public dollars into community-driven public services. So today, I'm asking for a people's budget that significantly increases funding for affordable housing and rent relief, and then also an increase in youth-based supportive services. And then lastly, I'm asking for an increase in spending for community-based safety initiatives that do not involve cops, courts, and cages. And I think my members share this belief that in passing a budget that reflects these priorities, we'll get our city closer to building communities where young people and families are safe and healthy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next is Destiny Shabazz, also speaking about youth services.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Destiny Shabazz, and all I ask is for your love, respects, and decency. So if for 1 minute and 55 seconds you can get off of your phone, I know it's 2024, but I really would appreciate that. So again, my name is Destiny Shabazz, and I live in District 18 in Tom Cash's district, and I'm a recent graduate from the illustrious Fisk University. And I am here because I was a troubled youth who needed support, love, and guidance. I see you on your phone. And now I am the youth organizer with Southern Movement Committee. And I have 37 young people that are from Nashville who need that same love, guidance, and support that I needed. When I speak to my youth, they repeat the same needs that they need. You get what I'm saying? And it's basic necessities that every young person deserves. And what is that? That is affordable housing and safety inside of their communities. Now, I want you to think back a couple of years, just maybe 2 years ago. You guys were all 15 before. You were all 10 years before. And if you did not have, and if you did have it, you deserved housing, and you deserve community and safety. And that's all that I ask for the young people that I work with and every other young person in Nashville, Tennessee. So you dig deep in your heart, and this is a pre-budget comment, and you support the young people because the future is the young person. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Shabazz. Next is Ms. Arando, also speaking on youth services.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chinyere, and I'm a community member of the Black Nashville Assembly, and I'm also the operations manager of the Southern Movement Committee. Nashville, for me, has been home for the past 3 years now, and so from the last time that I gave this public comment here in this space, I shared how I'm a resident of District 24. Yet now, not even a year later, I share this time that I'm now a resident of District 11. Jeff Eslick, if you're here, I'm speaking especially to you. I say this because it was a struggle to find affordable housing, an experience I know many of us here giving comment can resonate with, or have loved ones where they have been pushed out from where they would have been preferred to stay and be able to find a place that fits our needs. I know that there's a new city council this year and a new opportunity to reassess our budget. And so our collective call here is that the budget not only increases for affordable housing here in Nashville, but that our community overall is affordable, from our food to our road conditions, to youth-based supportive services, to accessing healthcare and disability services and public goods. I'm really looking forward to seeing and engaging with how each of you hold to the commitments to bettering Nashville and creating a people's budget that makes this place a home, a safe home, and one in which we can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jamel Campbell-Gooch, also speaking on youth services. You're recognized, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamel Campbell-Gooch. I'm the organizing director of the Southern Movement Committee and also a Black Nashville Assembly member. I currently live in District 21, that's Brandon Taylor's district. I grew up in District 1, that is Joy Kimbrough at this point in time. And then also I have family in District 2, that is Toombs. My family is from North Nashville. So a lot of these words, we kind of hit the family group chat and we wanted to talk to you all tonight. For the past 3 years, we've come down here to talk about what it would look like to increase spending on public goods to actually make our community safe. And now I have the hope that this new city council has the ability to kind of change the behavior of this body. A people's budget, as we have mentioned a long time and over the last 3 years, a people budget includes a greater ability to afford where we live, an increase in youth-based services that are not relying on our young people to continuously be punished punitively, and also an increase in community-based, community-accountable safety alternatives that do not rely on policing, jailing, and caging in Black and brown communities. And I trust that this body holds the ability to also break that habit and pass a budget that also holds Metro Nashville Police Department accountable for usurping this body and expanding police surveillance, which is against the rules of this body. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you all do, because you all have the opportunity to break some of the pattern that has consistently occupied this space for the last 4 years. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell-Gooch. Next is Mr. Mike Floss, speaking on arts equity. You're recognized, Mr. Floss.
What's up, y'all? I'm Mike Floss. I'm live in District 2. Quante Toombs is my council person. I'm a member of the Black Nashville Assembly, and I'm also the Arts and Culture Organizer Director for the Southern Movement Committee. I'm here to ask for additional funding for Metro Arts so that they can support the diverse groups of arts organizations in Nashville. I think we should invest in finding ways for our artists to work closely with students by building programs like Metro Arts Thrive, restorative arts, and internship opportunities. The Southern Movement Committee currently has over 30 public high school students that are paid interns at our organization. Over the past year, they've used poetry, dance, song, and other creative outlets to express and advocate for their ability to thrive in Nashville. So we integrate that into a community organizing curriculum, which teaches them how to engage in the democratic process like this right now. And we also show them how public policy and the city budget directly affects their current conditions in a material way. We believe that it's creative and innovative solutions like this that help end the school-to-prison pipeline and prevent the reliance on cops, courts, and cages for dealing with our youth in a way that is carceral and not helpful to them. Access to funding to provide them additional resources that exist outside of their school day would be extremely helpful to our work. It also provides them new opportunities to be productive and grow in the fullness of their leadership. So please fund the Metro Arts and 1% of the combined Metro and MNPS budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Floss. Next is Mr. Brandon Grant speaking. Go ahead, sir. What's your name?
My name is Brandon Gooch. I'm in District 2, Quante Toombs District. I'm also a member of the Black Nashville Assembly. So every year the budget expands, and this year y'all have the opportunity with the group. Y'all have to build this budget out and have more funding for affordable housing for young people and our elders that's still able to afford to live here. I grew up here, and I see these new homes being built that we can't afford. And the people who grew up here and who live here all their lives cannot afford to live here due to they can't make enough or they get evicted due to they can't afford the rent. And it's sad. And y'all have the opportunity to change it. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Don Diener here to speak about indigent defense. You all still have the same 2 minutes if you want Mr. Todd and Ms. Bell to kind of surround you there at the podium or just stand at your side. Go ahead, Ms. Diener.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dawn Diener. I live in Madison, District 3, and some of you may remember me from my time as Nashville's elected public defender from 2008 through 2018. I'm here this evening with Jody Bell, criminal defense lawyer who also lives here in Nashville, and General Sessions Judge Jim Todd, who has to live in Nashville to be a judge here. We're here this evening asking for funding in the upcoming budget to address an unfair disparity that exists in legal services that people in Nashville receive who are charged with a crime and cannot afford to hire a lawyer. Now, you may be asking yourself, doesn't the Public Defender's Office handle that? And yes, they do. But what you may not know is that they do not represent everybody. They do not take all of the cases. And when the public defender can't take a case, a private lawyer is appointed to represent that person. And that's where the disparity comes into play. Metro contributes significant funding to the Metro Public Defender's Office and the clients that it represents, 75% of its budget. It contributes nothing to the defense of individuals who receive a private appointed attorney representing them. Instead, the only resources they have for their defense is provided by the state of Tennessee, which at this point is paying the least amount of money of any state in this country. I don't have time to discuss all of the harms that causes to people who are impacted by it or to us as a city, but they are significant. And while this is partly a state problem, it's also a Metro problem. Metro has an obligation to treat people who equally in this city, and it is not right now, but it can do better. Tomorrow, you will find a proposal in your box that we're presenting a pilot project to begin addressing this problem by providing supplemental pay to appointed lawyers in Nashville. We hope you'll invest in that in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diener, and thank you three both for your service. Next is Ojari Powell.
Hello, how are you?
About Liberated Grounds. Go ahead,
Before
Mr.
I get
Powell.
started, Music City would not be Music City without the creative artists that we have here. Let me get started. Peace, I'm here as a representative of Liberated Grounds, a creative collective headquartered in Nashville. As you know, my name is Ojari, and I am a Nashville resident living in, I live in Antioch. I'm also an MNPS advocacy coach and a creative artist. This is a collective request from Liberated Grounds. Let's do everything we can to build strong, equitable communities. Truth be told, we know that many of you are artists and creatives as well, but you are having to make a choice between art and sustaining your families. We get it, but just imagine, just for a moment, living in a city where you can do both. Create art from your heart as well as the thought leaders and partners. Just take a moment to imagine it. In 2020, we chose rest as a creative collective. That's because we learned our rest is how we restore. We learned the importance of radical care for self and others. Our rest reminds us to be our best selves. Believe it or not, and in this day and age, it's one of our greatest freedoms and is a human right. Overworked and underpaid government officials with creative minds. We request you rest so that we may restore and reevaluate how beneficial your individual support and vote can be for creative communities to thrive in it city like Nashville. This is the greatest dream of our collective future. We are advocating for its access, belonging, radical care, diversity, equity, and inclusion, not just for 1% of the arts budget. We are advocating for our worth, dignity, and value in this society. In that, we are telling our stories and we are providing freedom opportunities to one another and remaining hopeful that our government will do all that it can to help our people. This requires healing and restoration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Next is Joseph Gutierrez with API Middle Tennessee. Mr. Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Hey, thank you. Sorry, and I forgot, the guy in front of me put his organization above it, so I just filled it with API Middle Tennessee. But okay. I'm here to talk about the budget, and I represent API Middle Tennessee, an Asian and Pacific Islander serving nonprofit organization, working on behalf of the 35,000 plus Asian and Pacific Islander residents of Davidson County. I'm here to ask that you please fund Metro Arts at the 1% of the combined Metro and MNPS budget. Here I want to focus on the reason for this is from our organization is really to think about Metro Arts as cultural work. The arts provides a vehicle for my community to share, pass forward, and celebrate our identities. So we ask that you really thinking about this funding in a more important way, because it's vital for organizations like mine and the Chinese Arts Alliance. And I want to take time to thank you all for recognizing Lunar New Year. And then we'll be doing a lot of stuff, and we'll also be doing a lot of stuff in May for Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And our Metro Arts funding helps us put on events just like that, so we can celebrate, who we are in this community, and really think about making Middle Tennessee a place where Asian and Pacific Islanders are connected and thriving in a state where in a state that tells us we don't belong. So I think that work is very important, and we're really grateful for our funding for Metro Arts this year, and hope that you consider funding it at the 1% of the combined budget for Metro and for MNPS. But thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Angel, speaking about Stones River Bend Regional Park. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Matthew Angel. I live in District 9. I'm here to speak to the committee to consider funding priorities for the pedestrian bridge between Stones River Greenway and Peeler Park. The Peeler Park pedestrian path has been in the Greenway master plan for several years. Madison and Neely's Bend is practically isolated from the current infrastructure on the south side. It's basically an endeavor to drive out and get out of the bend just to access the lower parks. If this pedestrian bridge happens, it massively changes the scenario for many growing families in the Madison and Neely's Bend area. It could be used as a commuter route to downtown Nashville. It extends greenway systems for future expansions. It would open access to Stones River, Shelby Bottoms, and the Raven Park to those in the Gallatin and Neely's Bend area. Over 40,000 people will have access to it. Just as the saying goes, build it and they will come. This is no different than the Cumberland River pedestrian bridge. It was built in 2007 and has massively changed the lives in the surrounding area for commuters and nature seekers. Nashville is growing exponentially, and we shouldn't wait any longer to make the Peeler Park pedestrian bridge a top priority in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Crystal Johnson, speaking about a small dogs only dog park. You're recognized, Ms. Johnson.
My name is Crystal Johnson, and I live in the Donaldson Hermitage area.
Ms. Johnson, can you pull that mic a little closer to your mouth? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
I am here tonight to propose a small dogs only dog park. I feel the Two Rivers Dog Park has ample land that can easily be sectioned off with minimal funding from Parks and Recreation. With the recent tragic event at the Stones River Dog Park where two large dogs attacked and subsequently killed a small dog, I feel this is a much needed accommodation. Many small dogs are intimidated by larger dogs and can either become scared into aggression by friendly, well-meaning large dogs or become so scared, trampled, and run over by the larger dogs that the outing is no longer enjoyable for the small dog. All of this, of course, is a cause for serious risk to humans as well. I have posted a comment on the Hip Donaldson Facebook page about this issue and have had many supporters for this venture of portioning off a section of Two Rivers Dog Park for just small dogs. Centennial Small Dog Park is one of very few, if not the only, small dogs only dog park in the Nashville area, and there is a great need for more. I appreciate your consideration in this small but needed expense for this side of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next is Donna Clay, here to speak about the cost of living adjustment, also known as the COLA. Ms. Clay, you're recognized.
Where do I begin? I'm going to say this. We need the 5%. And I'm going to tell you the reason why we need the 5%. I hear so many stories of other co-workers and people who's not even in MNPS, who works for MPS. Like, why would you have to decide if you're going to give up your job? If you're a working family and you got a husband, somebody got to give up a job just to babysit your own child because you can't afford daycare because you don't make enough, but you love your job. Then I have my co-workers who work every day in the kitchen. I'm using cafe, serving the kids. And then they leave that job to go work for the janitorial service. It makes no sense to me. I think we need the 5% because I am over affordable living. Like, cost, it doesn't make sense. We work every day, but we cannot live in a city that we love. Been here all my life. I am 60 years old. Don't plan on moving nowhere else because I love Davidson County. That's how I feel. I love Davidson County. I've been here. I love it. I've experienced everything outside Davidson County. Visit, tourists, done it all. But I love it here. I just feel like we need the money. So when y'all can think about it, we need this. People are struggling. It's hard out here. You cannot afford to live in Davidson County. It is hard. People are struggling when you got to work 2 and 3 jobs. And that's suffering for the kids I'm thinking about the kids. My daughter is getting a second job, but guess who's babysitting? I'm a grandmother. I'm gonna do that so she can make ends meet. And she works for MNPS. We need the 5%. And I think the school board should be held accountable for the 5%, not do like they did last year. Don't give it to us. They are losing valuable employees because people really love what they do for Metro. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. No clapping, please, folks. Next is Magda Underdown. I apologize. I can't.
You're doing great. You want to start over? You're doing great, though.
Magda Underdown
Dubois.
Yes. But of course. Okay.
Welsh and French.
Here to speak on the COLA as well. Go ahead, Ms. Underdown Dubois.
Fantastic. Hello, my name is Magda Underdown Dubois, and I have worked for the library for almost 8 years. All that time, I have been a union member of SEIU. I have also been a homeowner in Nashville for the last 11 years. That means I have 2 council people. And Jenny just left, but she's one of them because she is in the district I work in. Oh, there's Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Also, Sean is my other council person. So they hear from me a good bit. Tonight, I would like to stress to all of you how important a 5% COLA is to Metro workers this year. Since lockdown, my husband was laid off and has been working infrequent part-time jobs because that's all he can get. This means my paycheck is the only thing keeping us in our house. Do I need to say that again? Because we bought at just the right time 11 years ago, and it takes half of my monthly income to stay in my home. Metro workers don't get raises or bonuses like private industry, y'all, okay? In fact, the only way for me to make more money is for me to leave the library branch I love and interview for promotional positions. And in the last 2.5 years, I have interviewed 7 times and have been turned down each time because competition is real high. And we are bleeding people in the library system, I'm being honest. The COLA is the only guarantee that I get that my paycheck is going to be anywhere close to the cost of living this year. So thank you for the generous bump from last year, but let's make it 5% this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Boobert, also speaking on the COLA and building maintenance. You're recognized.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. I'm Lisa Bubert. I live at 1204 Greenfield. I'm in Emily Benedict's district. I'm a children's librarian for the Nashville Public Library, and I am a SEIU Local 205 union steward for our Metro employees. There they are. Our library was overjoyed to see Mayor O'Connell's major investment in libraries proposed in his capital spending budget. The renovations to Green Hills Hermitage are much needed, as are the phases to expand Hadley and Richland Park. But there was another aspect to the budget proposal that was equally as important: the $5 million allocated for major maintenance to our aging buildings. Regular maintenance to our library buildings have been behind since they were deferred during the Great Recession, and now we've reached a catastrophic point, which has resulted in multiple branches being closed for indefinite periods of time due to maintenance issues. Just some things that we have. Bellevue is closed until further notice because of a major plumbing issue, which is really unfortunate because they're closed during the voting season, and they are a major early voting location for Bellevue area voters. Edge Hill is closed until further notice because the sewage pipes literally disintegrated. Didn't know they could do that, but they did in Edge Hill. Green Hills is open. They are the holding location for all of Bellevue and Edge Hill patron holds, but the temperature in the staff workroom at Green Hills is at 82 degrees due to an HVAC issue, but because it's only affecting the staff areas, the library is still open.
East, one of our historic Carnegie buildings, is riddled with broken windows and maintenance that requires unique historical restoration expertise, which is really difficult to find under Metro procurement guidelines. And up until a few months ago, the plumbing was a major issue that caused sewage to back up in the hallway, so the branch manager had to mop it up herself, but they fixed that for now. Anyway, I'm running out of time. Give us a 5% COLA, please, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bubert. Next is Chris Ashford, also speaking on the COLA.
Hello, thank you. I am not speaking on the COLA. My name is Chris Ashton. I am one of the bike people. So I ride a bike to work every day, most days. And I join the people that come to visit you all every Tuesday night once a month. And right now we're working on getting people to come into the council meetings and advocate and talk about things that are important to us. And it looks like I'm the first of a couple that are coming to chat with you. So yay for that. I am here to talk about increased funding for things like sidewalks, bike lanes, greenways, and non-driving kind of infrastructure. But before I do that, how many of us really enjoyed our drive home from work yesterday? On my side of town, a radioactive carrying truck flipped over and lit on fire, and suddenly half the city was not able to go anywhere. For me on a bike, it was not a big deal, but I know for many of you, it was rather frustrating. And I have video watching you all backed up on the lanes to prove it. At some point, we have to come to realize that building one more lane is not going to fix our problems. And continuing to build things for more cars and more SUVs and more trucks is not going to fix our issues. We need to start thinking about investing in things like mass transit, sidewalks, bike lanes, ways that we can get people around without having to put them in a vehicle. Now, as you know from our funding, we've cut our Vision Zero funding from, I think, $25 million to $12.5, and our funding for sidewalks from $60 million to $10 million. And I don't understand this. And I know that we have lots of really important things that we've talked about. We've heard about them. But we also need to think about moving people more efficiently. So I've come with one ask for you, and that is to build a bridge between the Peeler Park in Madison and the Stones River Greenway on the other side of the river. I know this may seem like a little project, but there are 40,000 people in Madison that don't really have good access to greenways and bikeable and walkable spaces. TDOT has estimated that 90% of this bridge can be funded through federal grants, and I'm out of time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Charisse Da Silva on nonprofit supports.
Hi, I am a FISC graduate, and I also sit on the board of directors for Tennessee Aquatic Project and Development Group, also known as TAP, which is now in its 29th year of service to the community. TAP was founded by Kenneth Stewart, a renowned diver, and he became a social entrepreneur. So TAP is at a place where we are doing succession planning, because Kenneth Stewart has single-handedly operated this organization for many years now. Nashville has been pivotal to Black history in the U.S. And the civil rights movement, and I think it's only natural that an organization like TAP exists here. The organization was originally founded for African-American male youth to have opportunities to scuba dive and to travel, but it has since grown into something much more than that. It provides opportunities for children like my son, who is a certified open water scuba diver, lifeguard on his way to master scuba diver, to be able to remediate climate change and be a part of telling, documenting the history of the Atlantic slave trade through underwater archaeology, through its sister organization, Diving with a Purpose, which has had national recognition through National Geographic. There's a podcast, Into the Depths. There's also recognition at the National African American Museum of History in Washington, D.C., but TAP lacks the funding. And so I'm here to ask for $100,000 We have 5 programs.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ms. DeSilva.
I am going to submit a proposal.
Please do send us an email with more information. That sounds fascinating. Okay, next is Princella Smith, here to speak on the arts. Ms. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm here to advocate for that 1% in that budget. I'm a filmmaker, so I teach in stories. The project that I'm working on that is partially being funded by that grant is called Walk in the Light. It's about a blind man named Raymond Washburn who saved 5 people in the Oklahoma City bombing. So my film is about an Oklahoman, but the Tennessee creative community has embraced this film. So a lot of the work, it's an animation. A lot of the work has already been done. The voiceovers, the music, and the studio and artwork were all done in Tennessee. So it is a Tennessee production. And while I appreciate the funds that I received last year, I was immensely disappointed when I did not receive the full funding that I was promised. For large arts groups that you did fully fund, they have a base of donors. They usually have larger marketing campaigns and a more of an ability to get more funds. For an independent filmmaker like me, $20,000 is a lot. I got an Emmy nomination with no money. I will get an Oscar with $20,000. So had I gotten the funding that I thought I was going to get, I would have been able to finish the project, and I didn't finish it. And why that's particularly significant for me today is because tomorrow morning I will be boarding a flight to attend the funeral of the hero Raymond's widow, Mary Lou. And I promised Mary Lou I was going to finish that film, and I'm going to try not to cry in this speech. I promised her I would finish it, and I know she believes me. But to a larger point, art reflects light. It's a mirror, and it reflects light. And this type of art teaches us to be a higher version of ourselves. So in a very dark time in America in politics, and we're fighting all over the world, a film like Walk in the Light, where a blind man saves people in a bombing, led by the light of his heart illuminating the darkness, is something that we need. So when you fund art, you fund light.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. Next is Kim, and you're going to have to tell me your last name about bike and pedestrian safety.
No problem. My name is Kim Unertel, and I live in District 19. I'm here tonight to talk about the need to increase dedicated funding for bike and pedestrian safety. I ride my bike for many reasons: to commute to my office, for fun and exercise, and to go on group rides to connect with others. I bike because it's joyful and something I love to do, but also because it saves my family a lot of time and money. I've also met an amazing community of new friends who love to bike as much as I do, and my 13-year-old has learned that bicycles mean freedom. I feel more connected to Nashville now than in the 17 years I lived here before I started biking. However, we have real problems in Nashville with bike and pedestrian safety, and things are not improving. In a year and a half of biking around town, I have been honked at, had cars blast past me so close that I could have reached out and touched them, watched a large SUV cut so close to my 13-year-old that I thought he was about to get hit, and had a driver of a truck stop their vehicle in traffic to shout obscenities at me. These events are so common for Nashville cyclists that many of us don't even mention it anymore or keep track of them, except for when we or one of our friends gets hit by a driver. Every day in Nashville, we place pedestrians and cyclists in unsafe situations because of our fragmented infrastructure. The few protected bike lanes we have ultimately fail in their goals because they aren't connected as a system. We abruptly end bike lanes, dumping cyclists into traffic. We lack sidewalks in far too many parts of town, often in places where they are most needed. We urgently need funding to move towards a systems approach that truly embraces Vision Zero. We've done the surveys, we've done the studies. We must put more funding behind efforts to build a transportation system that is safer for everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Unertel. Appreciate you. Next is Katie Carella, also speaking on bike and pedestrian safety and infrastructure. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm Katie Corella from District 19, Jacobs District. I moved here from New York City in 2021, and I walk and bike as my main form of transportation. I do not drive or own a car. 3.3% of Nashvillians identify walking or cycling as their main forms of transportation. But listen to this, we make up a whopping 19% of all traffic deaths or serious injuries in this city. This needs to change. The mayor's office's proposed budget for fiscal year 24 includes only $10 million for sidewalks and only $5 million for bikeways. That is not enough. I often find myself walking along highways or busy roads that lack sidewalks, and I often have to bike on sidewalks when roads are too dangerous. We need bike and pedestrian connections that get people safely from work, transit, and school. We especially need more fully protected bike lanes like the ones on 12 South. Nashville, as we all know, is rapidly growing, and yet the amount of funding allocated keeps shrinking. Please change course and decide to invest in a dedicated budget. Let me say that again. A dedicated budget for bike and pedestrian infrastructure. That is truly the only way that we can bring our city up to speed to meet its moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grella. Next is Paul Maccabee.
Maccabee works. You got it. Appreciate you guys' time. My name is Paul Maccabee. I'm with the Donaldson Hermitage Warriors Youth Football Organization, District 14, Huffman's District. We've been in the community over 50 years. We've touched just about every area of Nashville through those years. We have youth 14 and under at our facility currently. Ben West Youth Sports Complex is off of Stewart's Ferry Pike in Donaldson. We have several fields. We have a lot of open space, as you guys can imagine, as Nashville grows. We do soccer, flag football, tackle football, softball, baseball, things like that in the community. As the area has grown, entrance and exit to our facility, parking, facility improvements, and that to keep up with the growth as everybody needs, whether it be Graymar, Pearl Cone, everybody in the city needs a place to play currently. We offer that to a lot of them throughout. We don't turn anyone back. We have kids, we have business partners that provide scholarships for kids to play sports. We are by far the lowest cost, and I'm not necessarily speaking for us, but nonprofits in general. We need help. We need funding to help grow and develop our area so the youth have somewhere to go and play. That's all I have. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Maccabee. Next is Everett Woods. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Everett Woods. I'm with the Donaldson Hermitage Youth Program as well. And as Paul echoed, that community has been there a long time. And the value that it adds when we support other activities such as soccer, softball, baseball, that adds value. And also, you have Tennessee Highway Patrol that uses that facility. It's been utilized in many ways. So we strongly appreciate your consideration in funding our facility. We do a lot of volunteering ourselves. Our president's here. He cuts the grass for free. We also sponsor kids ourselves. So we're in great need of support, and we do appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Next is Ms. Perez, speaking on Metro Arts. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Diana Perez. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. In 2022, I had the honor of being here in this very space as a dancing artist. This was my stage to dance Afro-Colombian folklore. Some of you may recall it. I was invited by Council Member Sepulveda for the resolution of the Hispanic Heritage Month. I was honored to show the community that day the beauty of my Colombian culture and a little bit of the diverse artistic landscape we have in Nashville. Today, I'm serving as the chair of Metro Arts Commission, the first Latina and the first immigrant to do so. I'm here to request the increase in funding for the arts, 1% of the combined city budget. This shouldn't be taken as a mere increase in funding, but as a strategic move to sustain and uplift our vibrant and diverse artistic community. Increasing the arts budget is also about addressing real needs and sustaining lives and jobs. Many of them, you have heard them today. As we aim to support our artists we are simultaneously making outreach efforts to encourage and support artists from all the immigrant communities and all the communities as well, ensuring that they can actively participate in the city's vibrant arts scene. There is a vast reservoir of smart and talented artists in this city waiting to contribute. Along with my Vice Chair, Lee Love Dupree, and the new commissioners, Metro Arts leadership and staff, we have a great team to help move Metro Arts towards our commitment to equitable arts programming and funding. We received 109 general operating grants applications and 301 Drive Award requests, a record number in the history of Metro Arts since its funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next is Joseph Lee, here to speak on Vision Zero. You're recognized, Mr. Lee.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm also one of the bike people. I'm speaking here because I want you guys to consider a dedicated funding for a walking and biking infrastructure. I bike my 4-year-old and my 17-month-old all over town. And I can show you a map where I've almost died. But that's just the map of all of Nashville. And just this past weekend, there's a cyclist that was killed by a reckless driver in Murfreesboro. And this is far too common for people who bike here in Middle Tennessee. It's not a matter of if we ever get hit, it is when. And I know I look kind of dumb here, but I don't want to wear this either, but I have to when I'm crossing the river. And I know all of your constituents are always complaining about traffic and parking. And help us help you. The more bikes you put on the streets, the fewer cars there are. And the fewer cars means less maintenance for NDOT. And so the transition to multimodal infrastructure is how we can solve most of our traffic problem. Thank you so much, but also free Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next is Mildred Weeks, speaking about the village. Ms. Weeks, you're recognized.
Hello, I am a resident in Antioch, Tennessee, which is Davidson County. I'm a transplant that relocated here to raise my kid. In spring of 2023 was my first time ever receiving a traumatic event while living in Antioch. But instead of fighting for and healing from that traumatic event, I found the village. So I am grateful to be a part of the village. It is a solution. So please consider the $1.2 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. Next is Mr. Marcus Williams, also speaking about the village. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm Marcus Williams. I'm the founder of a local nonprofit called All for Sports and a member of the village. As a member of the village, I've directly received the benefits that the village has to offer. As a frontline worker in public education, as well as in the nonprofit sector, we are directly impacting the success and the desires of everyone with community safety by our intervention, our prevention, and our responses that we do within the community. The village has a vital part in what we do throughout the city of Nashville. And we understand that anytime we relate to our community, relationships are very key. And people who look like you are a part of that relationships. The village provides organizations that look like the individuals that we serve, and we have a direct impact to those individuals on a day-to-day basis. Please, please, please consider the $1.2 million that the village is asking for, because it directly benefits individuals like myself who are on the front lines and in those classrooms every day, because we directly see the resources that we lack on a day-to-day basis. Our kids in our community, we lack so much, but with those additional funds, we're able to do so much more. With more resources, we definitely get more opportunities, and with more opportunities, we definitely have better outcomes. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next is Mary Jo Cram, speaking about school funding.
Hi, my name is Mary Jo Cram. I'm a 14-year Metro teacher. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Metropolitan Nashville Education Association. I have 2 students at Dan Mills Elementary School. I live in Inglewood and Emily Benedict's district. I'm glad to be addressing this Metro Council because, as a group, I consider you allies and friends to public education. MNEA and CLC endorsed most of you. We campaigned for you, and we win elections. Now it's time for you to put our shared values into action. Our school board is very concerned that federal ESSER funding will be gone after this year, so we need the city to make up for that shortfall to provide the same resources to students. Please fully fund the school district's funding request so we can have longevity raises for veteran educators, fully staffed schools with reasonable class sizes, and decent day-to-day substitute pay. Teachers also need a generous cost of living adjustment to keep up with rising insurance costs and rents in Nashville. 5% would be a bare minimum. We have not forgotten that last year, teachers only got a 4% COLA, while city employees got 6%. I trust that this year's budget will make that right. I'm looking forward to seeing the budget that supporters of public education like yourselves will approve. I have confidence that it will be a people's budget that reflects Nashville's priorities, especially the value that we place on education and children. Teachers and students are watching.
Thank you, Ms. Cram. Next is Mike Hodge, speaking on affordable housing. You're recognized, Mr. Hodge.
Hi, I'm Mike Hodge. I live at Green Trails Drive in Antioch. I'm part of the NOAA Affordable Housing Task Force, which is supporting two major items for this budget year. First, we want to see at least $30 million dedicated to the Barnes Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which helps nonprofits to create affordable housing. Second, we celebrate that there is now a division of affordable housing inside the Metro Planning Department, and we want to see that continue to do this critical work. As a city, we are taking some good steps for affordability. In 10 years' time, the Barnes Fund invested over $108 million and leveraged over $1 billion to build over 4,700 housing units. But Mayor Cooper's Affordable Housing Task Force said we need 5,000 units every year, not over 10 years, every year, and we're falling behind. In 1976, I moved into a depressed Nashville neighborhood. My friend Eva helped start a neighborhood group that made that neighborhood better, turning an old beer tavern into a community center, working with MDHA to build affordable housing, even beating back a proposal to put a waste transfer center there. That neighborhood is now called Wedgwood Houston. Eva is now 83, and neither one of us can afford to live there now. In that neighborhood that Eva helped to save, we were trying to create a community that valued everyone, regardless of income or race. By the way, Eva's adult daughter works in Nashville but lives in Clarksville because she can't afford it here. Affordable housing is not just about a roof over your head, as important as that is. It's also about the kind of community we want to create, who we welcome into our community, and who we exclude and push into other counties. NOAA wants that beloved community that Dr. King spoke about, not a city where only the rich can live. Please do everything you can to make Nashville affordable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Next is AB. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is A.B. Badran. I live in District 17, and first off, I would like to echo the sentiments of the Arts Equity Alliance, as well as all those who called for Metro Arts funding. As a fellow artist, I do stand with you in solidarity. However, what I am addressing is something that was recently taken off the agenda, which is the FUSIS bill. And as much as I rejoice that being withdrawn, this still causes great concern for my community as well as other marginalized communities in Nashville. So what I expressed,
just tie it into the budget, please.
yes.
Make sure.
So what I So what I expressed to you today, I hope carries on in September when you are considering these intrinsic choices in terms of funding in the budget. As a Palestinian American, an increase of surveillance and police presence in our city does not make me feel safer. This concerns me greatly for not just my community, but for other communities of color, queer communities, disabled communities, unhoused communities, and Jewish communities. And despite what Rabbi Strasberg attempted to relay at the last meeting in regards to Jewish safety, it absolutely would not ensure the safety of that community any more than it would ensure the safety of any other community.
No clapping, please.
In the early 2000s, relatives of mine were informed that they would be interrogated if they were to enter an airport based on their background. This was due to a post-9/11 rhetoric. And every day I fear for my kin in the West Bank who are heavily surveilled and constantly harassed and even assaulted by the IOF. I fear even more so for whoever is left of my kin in Gaza, and I will not stand for Nashville to become Cop City. So, in closing, I would just like to state that if you support this bill in September, you will be supporting injustice, and thank you.
Thank you. Next is, no clapping, please. Mason Couples, speaking about Nashville General Hospital. Go ahead, Mr. Couples.
Caples.
Cables, I apologize, sir.
My name is Mason Caples. I'm a registered nurse at Nashville General Hospital. I'm here to ask for you all to give us a $61 million subsidy for indigent individuals in Nashville, Tennessee. As you know, the Nashville General Hospital is the only hospital that actually accepts indigent people, which means if you can't afford to pay your medical bills, you can actually still be seen at Nashville General Hospital. I want you all to consider your June 28th, 1962 charter, where you all, where Nashville said that they would take care of the indigent, the aged, and also the youth. Since 2017, we've served 60% of indigent individuals. Currently, we're serving 40% of indigent individuals, and that's because we are working to find resources for indigent individuals to have that insurance, but we need help as well. We generate about 420 million to 190 million a year, and we want to welcome you all to join our town hall meeting April 14th at Bardo Library, 3 o'clock, pending confirmation. And I also want to thank you all for the increased COLAs last year and ask that you all do the same this year, as well as focus on making a way for us at Nashville General to have a new facility that'll be safer and better for the community that we serve, which is all insured and uninsured Nashvillians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caples. Next is James Staub, speaking about Metro employees.
Yes. My name is James Staub. I'm in District 24, and I am here to echo things that my union family have already said, that I am fully in support of a 5% cost of living adjustment. I think that we are on the right trajectory from last year to help our employees. I think that we need to continue to bring up the lowest paid of us, and I think that a 5% COLA is a start on that track. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Archie Davis, speaking also about the village. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Council. My name is Archie Davis II. I am CEO of Water Walkers. We're a nonprofit 501c3 here in Nashville, Tennessee. Currently, we're serving the Edge Hill housing community. So we are in Ms. Terry Vo's district, or where we serve. But I actually live in Mayor O'Connell's former district, which is now Jacob. How you doing now? But yeah, so I'm here to just speak briefly about the village. The village is amazing. Like, what our program does, we are a after school and a summer program. We operate 5 days a week, 46 weeks a year, and we are in the governmental housing projects daily. And we're 8 years old of an organization, but our first largest grant was the grant that we received from the village, which was the South Nashville Safety Grant. And this grant allowed us to be able to hire program assistants. And with that funding, we were able to hire a program assistant and take on a new partnership with the Nashville Soccer Club. They built a soccer pitch in Edge Hill community, and we, along with the Police Athletic League, are doing the programming for that community. Well, if it had not been for the money that the village gave us, we would not have been able to hire that program assistant, and we would not have been able to be in the partner with the Nashville Soccer Club. Well, on one particular day, we were the guest of the Nashville Soccer Club, and on that very day was the day that a person in the Edge Hill housing projects thought it was his business to shoot across the street into a park, where it killed Jillian Lugwig. If not had been for the money that we received, we would not have entered that partnership, and we would have been staging to pick our kids up right in the area from which this guy shot. And mind you, he's back out because he's not competent. So I ask you to please keep that 1.2 in the budget because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Tom Maxwell speaking about funding for policing. Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. Council members, my name is Tom Maxwell, and I'm a resident of District 12. I'm here this evening to suggest that we make public safety a top priority of the 2024-2025 budget, and that means reallocating the over $300 million currently funding a police force outfitted like a standing army that exists to defend Capitol and has no constitutional obligation to protect human life or liberty. The presence of and resources demanded by police undermines public safety, as their combination of contrived authority and lack of accountability escalates violence and breeds contempt both for and from the police. To lead us toward true public safety, the redirected funds should be used in some or all of the following ways. 1, housing for every single person and robust assistance to combat the exorbitant rent increases caused by the actions of Capitol and short-term rental landlords. 2, hiring community organizers to help neighborhoods develop vigilance committees to replace the inherent violence of police interactions with democratically ratified empowerment of individuals who can be held to account and who value their area of responsibility as it is their home. 3, robust expansion of mental health, addiction, and disability resources to replace violent reaction and punishment by the state with proactive care. And 4, proper funding, organization, and outreach for a citywide participatory budgeting process. The $300 million mentioned does not include justice process reforms that would accompany an abolition of policing as we know it, so that number would actually be much larger. Ideally, a city council can and should be a bulwark against Capitol on behalf of the people. It just depends on what you value. Free Palestine, thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Ezra Howard speaking on MNPS. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. My name's Ezra Howard. I live in 37221, and I'm also a Metro employee, but the nature of what I'm talking about is MNPS. As some of you may know, because I've been emailing all of you about I am an educational researcher, and I've been doing deep dives on vouchers in Tennessee. And to my understanding, while it's not a done deal at the state, the rippling effects will be pretty much disastrous. In looking at other states, upwards to 80% of private school enrollment are in voucher programs where there is universal vouchers. Using that as a projection for estimates statewide, we're looking at $871.6 million in fiscal impact on education. For Davidson County alone, that could be $138.3 million in fiscal impact, an equivalent about 11% of the current MNPS budget. As a clarifying note, and this is not against anybody that enrolls their kids in private schools in other states where universal vouchers have passed, this does not mean that they've switched from public schools to private schools. In fact, 80% of those kids that take vouchers were already in private schools to begin with. Plus, recently it came to light in Ohio that private schools were requiring families to sign up their students for voucher programs at the risk of losing scholarships at the local school, at those local private schools. So it's likely we will see similar incentives in Nashville and across Tennessee. While the state will try and say this is separate from TISA, there's only so much money in the public coffers, and it will sooner rather than later affect local education, despite the fact that it is unlikely to see large shifts in actual local enrollment. All this is to say, please be prepared for this when working on the Metro budget for next year. This, along with sunsetting ESSER funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Next is Kay Bowers, speaking about the Barnes Housing Trust Fund. Ms. Bowers, you're recognized.
Thank you. Like air, water, and food, housing is a basic human need required for the health of individuals and communities. I'm a member of NOAA, Nashville's Organized for Action and Hope, and its Affordable Housing Task Force. One of your first acts as a new council was to pass a resolution renewing the support and commitment of this body toward principles constituting a community covenant with the aim of creating opportunities for all residents of Nashville to thrive. Your commitment states that access to affordable housing is key to addressing the consequences of decades of disparate outcomes in health, income, and education, and that this council should continue to dedicate robust funding to the Barnes Fund for affordable housing. I want you as council members to ensure that at least $30 million for our Housing Trust Fund is in Metro's 2024-25 budget. Ideally, funding for the Barnes Fund would be dedicated and recurring, which was a recommendation from the Mayor's Housing Task Force. We're still not there yet. We just celebrated the 10-year anniversary of our Housing Trust Fund, named after our friend and lifelong housing advocate, Reverend Bill Barnes. Bill left us in 2017, but he, along with his buddies, Avi Poster and Charlie Strobel, who we said goodbye to this past year, were the North Stars for many of us. The Barnes Fund has invested over $108 million and leveraged $1 billion to build over 4,700 units. But we need 5,000 units a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. Thank you. Jessica Schultz, speaking on small dog parks as well. Ms. Schultz, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica Schultz. I'm a resident of District 13. Russ Bradford, thank you for your continued service to our district. I'm here tonight after a tragic event this weekend at the Stones River Dog Park in my area to advocate for the need for the dog parks in the Donaldson Hermitage area to be split into two. We're grateful that we have two of them, but we need one for specifically small dogs and one for large dogs. I'm an animal law attorney and represent both sides of dog-on-dog crime. This is a nationwide problem in dog parks. Nationwide problem that's growing with the increase in dog parks, dog ownerships, as well as the increase in irresponsible handlers. However, what I'd like to raise tonight is that this issue is not about the breed specifically. Larger dogs have a greater propensity to cause more injuries to small dogs by nature of their size. All dogs are instinctively driven and not creatures who are judgment-based. Instinctively, small dogs can represent prey for larger dogs. They represent prey that can resemble squirrels, rabbits, or even their fluffy stuffies that they're encouraged to play with at home. The tragic events at Stones River just represent this as far as two large dogs destroying a small dog in its guardian's possession. Then you raise issues with provocation and other factors that play into that just increase the needs of this separation dramatically. It's also a major public safety issue. I also encourage you to look at excluding children from the large dog parks for their safety. Again, because large dogs can cause greater injury. I hope that you review the funding needed to separate the two dog parks in the Donaldson Hermitage area into two specifically, one for small dogs and one for large dogs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Ms. Angela Perry to speak on MNPS. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm asking for each one of you to give your undivided attention for this 5% of COLA that we are asking for. I do thank you for the last raise that we got. It was helpful. However, it is not enough. The battle is not over. I know that we can just keep talking about the same thing, but it is very important. I am a Metro employee of 32 years. I diligently work with our children every day, and it is very important that I become the mother, the everything to these children, and the money is just not there. When you have a parent, another employee who makes $1,100 is what she brought home, and her rent is $1,700. She had no money, so she had to go and beg to get money to finish paying her rent, as well as buying food for her two children. What is affordable housing? That's supposed to be affordable? I don't think so. So I'm asking that each one of you look into this and give us the 5% that we are asking for. I am also knowing that I am medically inclined to buy my own medicine. I don't always have enough. So I'm asking for this. Also, when you tell us that we're 10-month employees, we're only 8-month employees because when you take the days away from us, we don't get paid for those days. So I'm asking for you to give us those days back so that we can continue to take care of our families as needed. Together, we're strong. Divided, we'll always fall. So I'm asking each one of you to look in your hearts, look in the budget, and give us the 5% of COLA.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next is Erica Burnett regarding the village funding. You're recognized, Ms. Burnett.
Thank you. I'm Erica Burnett. I live in District 12, Councilperson Aaron Evans' district. I'm going to bring a little clarity to a few things that you've heard tonight, specifically about the village. First, I want to start off by saying that I owe my unwavering and deep commitment to community and community-rooted solutions to my education. First at the Tennessee State University, and then at Vanderbilt. My educational experience is the perfect case study for equitable distribution of resources. The equitable distribution of resources is also why I stand before you today as the program manager for the village, asking for a $1.2 million investment and a commitment to that same investment for 3 years. My community and civic engagement has intersected with many of you on both sides of this room. So here's what I know to be true. The village is an intentionally curated, safe, and affirming and dedicated space committed to upskilling, resourcing for leaders and organizations, most in the closest proximity to the epicenter of many of our community ills. The village is one of the many impactful programs previously supported by the Mayor's Office of Community Safety under the previous administration. That office has since been disbanded. This work, the movement of the village, was birthed in, through, and from community and continues to uphold the values, priorities, and needs of that community. With council support, our budget allocation grew from $100,000 a year to $300,000 and now over $600,000. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. What we know to be true is that the threat of this divestment on the part of our metro government was enough to motivate a number of the members of your constituents who are serving our communities to exercise their political capital and advocate on behalf of the space that's been carved out for the sole purpose and intention of supporting an ecosystem where they can thrive. We ask the same of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. And thanks for sticking with us, and congrats on your confirmation to the Metro Action Commission again earlier this evening. Next is James Powers. Mr. Powers, you're recognized to speak about the Barnes Housing Fund.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Jim Powers, and also in Section 17 in the metro area. Also a member, volunteer for the NOAA Affordable Task Force. Day to day, I see patients. I'm a physician, and I see older Tennesseans, older Nashvillians on a daily basis. And again, I hear how difficult it is for them to cover the cost of their chronic illnesses. I also know that about a third of these individuals are spending a major portion of their income on housing, up to a third, and a quarter of these are very cost burdened. So in my eyes, really, housing is health care. I urge you to consider the options that have been presented to you about continuing to support the Barnes Trust Fund, and especially the senior housing initiative here. Thank you for the support that you have provided this past year, and be open to considering new ways of housing older individuals. For instance, home sharing, where older individuals who are living in their homes can bring in added income and help around the house, perhaps from students. Also, to have the option of looking at detached additional dwelling units on property, and maybe even some housing repairs as part of the fund. I think that these are very helpful, and I know that all of us in Nashville would thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Next is Trent Benge, speaking on housing and transit. You're recognized.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Trent Benge. I'm a multimedia specialist, musician, and community advocate from District 4, and I'm also the incoming DCDP Executive Committee man for the district. And so for about half of you, this is the first Metro budget y'all will be crafting, and you're going to be faced with a lot of tough issues and a lot of tough decisions on what to and what not to fund. The lack of transit access in District 4, in my home district, leads to a lot of folks not being able to take transit to be able to commute to work. Less than 1% of folks in the district actually take transit to commute. And so that leaves major developments like Lenox Village right across the street in District 31 without any transit access whatsoever. The 52A line stops at Old Hickory Boulevard, doesn't go south at that point. And so we've yet to learn whether or not we're going to have a transit referendum this year. But regardless, one thing remains true. It's time for a public transit overhaul in this city to ensure that our city is accessible to every Nashvilleian. Moving on, even more folks in my district are feeling the pain of their homes becoming more and more unaffordable. At 18, I'm starting to look at what it's going to be like to move out of my folks' place, and I'm incredibly discouraged. I can't afford the rent in the places around me. I can't afford to stay in the place that I grew up in. I've lived in this part of town my whole life. However, we have the opportunity to finally right that course thanks to the housing reform package proposed by Council members Roland Horton and Quinn Evans Siegel. Legalizing single-stair apartment developments, updating our building code, legalizing triplexes and quadruplexes, and establishing a pattern book for our medium-density housing all are necessary and needed zoning reforms to ensure our city is accessible and affordable to all Nashvilleians. And let's not lollygag by proposing frivolous amendments to exempt our council districts from this legislation. Engage in the amendments process, folks. It's time to right the course. It's time to get to work. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Benge. Next is Davy Tucker.
I'm Davy
Speaking on the
Tucker. I live in District 6. Clay Cap is my councilman. A couple weeks ago, you all signed the community covenant again, confirming which is a resolution, non-binding, but confirming as a group your commitment to issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is going to be, this budget season, it's going to be your first opportunity to see just how that goes. Because budgets are a direct representation of your stewardship of public funds. Budgets represent your priorities. Budgets also represent your political will. Budgets expose your values. Budgets are moral documents. Budgets can also be the reflection of the influence of special interests juxtaposed against the common good. Budgets are ethical documents. We often hear people throw that language around like it's a club membership, but we rarely see the actions that are associated with it. Many folk even now say that if you want to achieve equity, we need more funding. That is categorically false. Equity is not predicated on more money. Equity is predicated on two things. Number one, acknowledging the inequities that exist. And number two, redistributing the funds you have to address those inequities. Don't convolute the word.
Thank you, Pastor Tucker. Next is Grace Smith, speaking about seniors and housing. You're recognized, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance to talk about the budget this year. I am a resident of Council District 4. My name is Grace Smith, and I'm Executive Director of AgeWell Middle Tennessee, a nonprofit that serves older adults and family caregivers. We receive calls every day from older residents, and one thing that has changed in the 30 years that I've been working is that the calls we're getting today are about really basic needs, about affording housing, affording food, and being able to get to medical appointments in places that matter. So I'm here today because I really want to focus on affordable housing and echo the request for $30 million for the Barnes Fund. Really, we need more than that. Older adults in Nashville are struggling to live on fixed incomes. And we know that because we get the calls, but we know it just is common sense. If you have a fixed income and food and gas and housing are all going up, those dollars only go so far. We know that in Davidson County, 53% of renters 65 and older and 24% of older homeowners are cost burdened when it comes to housing, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. So we really need to recognize the majority of older Nashvillians are homeowners. So we need to increase our capacity to help those older homeowners stay in their homes with home repair and safety modifications that allow them to age in place safely. For many, that's their only option. So that is one request I have. The other is when we look at renters. We get the calls and people say, I've got to find a more affordable place. What do I do?
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Appreciate you. Always please feel free to email the council if you're unable to complete your comments and you want to share more. Next is Jeremiah Wooten about housing and transportation. You're recognized.
Hello, I'm Jeremiah Wooten in District 32. I think I'm the first one tonight to ask you about the debits side of this equation, and that is the hard truth that we need to raise taxes to pay for the things that we desire. A 1 cent tax increase, which for the median household in Davidson County would be less than $5 a month, provides an additional $5 million in revenue. The mayor has promised $30 million towards Barnes Fund. I say this council should match that with a 6 cent property tax, which would add another $30 million to that Barnes Fund. If we truly care about affordable housing, we need to put money into that subsidy. But at the same time, subsidizing is not the solution to everything, in the same way that the housing reform currently proposed is not a solution to everything, right? If we are to spend money subsidizing housing for teachers when we could just pay those teachers a living wage, that is a waste of our money. If we're funding, subsidizing my housing, when we know the market can provide housing at a rate that a teacher can afford, and we see that in the world. My own council member and I live on the same sized parcel of land, a 1/4 acre lot. The difference is I live in a 6-plex, so the cost of my home is half the price of the cost of her single family home, despite being not a dramatically different size square footage, right? By splitting that square footage up, we get this naturally affordable housing that at least 2 teachers could afford, because I'm a teacher and I bought the property from a teacher. That's what we need to do. We can do both things at the same time. We don't have to hold our breath and refuse to do one thing while also refusing to do the other thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. Next is Tyler Legel regarding biking.
Good evening, and thank you for all being here. My name is Tyler Legel, and I am with the Bicycle People. I am a full-time bicycle courier in downtown Nashville. I deliver for over 100 businesses, buildings, apartments, hotels, and government buildings in this area. If you've gotten food really, really fast delivered to you one day, there's a chance that it was in my bag while I was riding a bicycle. Unfortunately, that probably risked my life more than a couple times. I can sit here and tell you about the budget cuts that have been given to sidewalks and bikeway projects. I can talk about the fact that it only covers about 1.5 miles of sidewalks. I can talk about the recent death this past weekend of a Murfreesboro cyclist, or Abigail Milligan, who was killed on Highway 100 this past year. Could talk about dozens of my friends who are faced with danger, near-death experiences, hospitalizations, but that's all wasted breath. So I am simply going to ask that any of you who are counting the minutes right now until you can get back in your car and drive home, please take a little bit more time to look and to see and just realize that there are other people that aren't in vehicles and that aren't inside that bubble. You might ask yourself, when are these bicycle people going to stop gathering every month and riding here? Not very far. Irregardless of the weather, rain, snow. And the fact of the matter is, we will stop when we feel seen. And that is a very, very long time from now. So you will be seeing more of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Legel. Last among our pre-budget public comment speakers is Mr. Angus Purdy to speak about MNPD. You're recognized, Mr. Purdy.
District 18. Public safety is often used as a nebulous defense of one department's ever-ballooning budget. Yet most of the real threats to the safety of Nashvillians remain ignored by this body, their solutions underfunded. Policing exists as a reactive measure to a violence that is an inherent byproduct of the system we live in. An increased MNPD budget does not equal public safety. Protected bike lanes, adequate sidewalks, and connected greenways are public safety measures. Community education is public safety. Affordable housing is public safety. A living wage so that the material needs of our neighbors are adequately met is public safety. This should start with a $25 an hour minimum wage for all Metro employees. Fully funded schools are a public safety measure. Authoritarian surveillance overreach is not public safety. You'll be voting on consent tonight without discussion to settle a $250,000 negligence complaint against MNPD. We just saw a bill to extend a contract for public surveillance technology withdrawn after MNPD failed to go through appropriate channels when entering the initial contract. We recently witnessed MNPD request an $18 million budget increase for taser upgrades they didn't need. Not long ago, one of you asked why you keep hearing from us every time MNPD asks for more money. This is why. A budget is a moral document, a public statement you each endorse. With that in mind, I'd like to echo the calls from my neighbors, your constituents, in their continuing request that this body show moral conviction and pass a resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes our pre-budget public comment period. Thank you very much to everyone who came out to speak with us in advance of the filing of the budget. We appreciate you and your insights and what you've shared with us this evening. Council members, we are going to keep moving right along. And so we're now moving to H, resolution on public hearing. And let me just preface this to reduce any kind of community confusion. It is my understanding, based on discussion in committee yesterday, that the sponsor intends to withdraw this bill at the request of the administration. But at this time, it is on our published agenda, and so it must be read into the record. So this is item 1, RS 2024-158, sponsors Porterfield and Evans, a resolution approving amendment number 2 to a sole source contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Fusus Inc. to increase the value of the contract. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to withdraw with a brief comment.
You may. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my colleagues. We had a very robust conversation yesterday in our joint committee meeting, and thank you to Council Lady Evans, who chairs the Public Health and Safety meeting. There were some questions that people asked, so I do encourage you all to go back and watch that if you did not have the opportunity to do so. This legislation is being withdrawn because MNPD is going, as of yesterday, MNPD stopped using the Fusus technology. The current contract will be amended to remove camera usage and MMPD, the administration, Metro Legal, everyone's working together so that they can come back with a new contract that will come before the body prior to this current contract ending in September. We will still have a public hearing, at that time, once that new contract comes, if there is any increased surveillance in that particular contract. And we will also have a presentation from MMPD and the Community Review Board at that time to make sure that everyone is educated on the FUSIS technology, what it can and cannot do. So I just wanted to thank the mayor's office and MMPD and Metro Legal for all working together to address this issue. So today we're withdrawing it, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, that item is withdrawn. Okay, now we are moving on to item I, bills on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for Metro Council public hearings, and Ms. Sandra Obando de Ruiz is here to assist. Ms. Obando de Ruiz, will you please share how you can help those folks who are here, please, if needed?
Buenas noches, yo soy la intérprete en español para esta sesión y si necesitan mi ayuda estoy aquí.
Thank you. Okay, this is agenda item 2, BL 2023-79, sponsors Benedict and Evan Siegel, an ordinance amending section 17.12.040 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations regarding covered front porches within the required street setback. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. I'm requesting a show of hands for those that are in support of the bill. Okay, seeing none. A show of hands for those in opposition to the bill. Okay, also seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. And so back to the sponsor. So it's back to you for a motion, Ms. Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, let's see. Is there any, is that seconded? Properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill, members? Okay. Ms. Benedict, anything you want to share?
Sure. A brief comment on this bill. So oftentimes as just district council members, we get calls to go to the BZA because a constituent is interested in adding a front porch, and because of the homes on either side of it, it gets denied as permitted. So they go to the BZA to see if they can get that approved. This bill allows a 6-foot front porch addition to be that must be covered, cannot be screened in, and it cannot be put any closer than 10 feet from the right of way. So the goal here is to create more community on our streets and also make things a bit easier for the homeowner so they don't have to go to the BZA. So with that, I ask for your approval. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Properly moved, properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Okay, any voting no, any against? Okay, that passes on second reading. Okay, next, agenda item 3, BL 2023, sponsor Parker, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from SP to MULA zoning for properties located at 2631 and 2635 Gallatin Avenue at the southwest corner of, let's see, I lost my place, of Gallatin Pike and Carolyn Avenue, 0.9 acres, and located within the Gallatin Pike Design Overlay. Councilman Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Withdraw.
The item is withdrawn. Okay. Agenda item 4, BL 2023, sponsor Harrell, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS and AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 3332 Murfreesboro Pike, north of the intersection of Murfreesboro Pike and Mount View Road, 4.86 acres, and located within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban urban design overlay, all of which is described here in. Councilman Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. I'm requesting a show of hands for all those in support of Councilman Harrell's bill. Okay, I see one there. And a show of hands for all those in opposition to the bills. Seeing none, does the the member in support wish to speak? No? Okay. All right. So Councilman Harrell, with that, I think I will, pardon? I will close the public hearing. That's what I thought I was going to do. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Public hearing is closed. And back to you, Mr. Harrell, for a motion.
I'd like to move to approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, council members, on Mr. Harrell's bill? Seeing no one requesting to speak, all in favor, please say aye. Any saying no or abstaining? Okay, you have passed that on second reading, Mr. Harrell. Okay, agenda item 5, BL 2023-138, sponsor Toombs, is an ordinance to amend section 17.40.010 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to require notice to the district council member for reasonable accommodations to the zoning ordinance granted by the zoning administrator. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open and request a show of hands for those in support of this bill. Okay, seeing none, a show of hands for those in opposition to the bill. Also seeing none. Okay, with that, I would declare the public hearing closed, and I'm back to you, Councilwoman Toombs.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, do I hear a second? Properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion, members? Anyone seeking to be recognized? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, you passed that bill on second reading. Okay. We promptly moved through our bills on public hearing, and so now we move to our consolidated consent agenda. Okay. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read a little bit slowly so that we can make sure that those in the viewing public and at home have time to see the caption and read it for themselves. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay. The first item on the consolidated consent agenda is a resolution. Item number 7, Resolution 2024-195. Item 8, Resolution 2024-196. Item 9, Resolution 2024-197. Item 10, RS Resolution 2024-198. Item 11, Resolution 2024-199. Item 12, Resolution 2024-200. Item 13, Resolution 2024-201. Item 14, Resolution 2024-202. Item 15, Resolution 2024-203. Item 16, Resolution 2024-204. Item 18, Resolution 2024-206. Item 19, Resolution 2024-207. Item 20, Resolution 2024-208. Item 21, Resolution 2024-209. Item 22, Resolution 2024-210. Item 23, Resolution 2024-211. Item 24, Resolution 2024-212. Item 25, Resolution 2024-213. Item 26, Resolution 2024-214. Item 27, Resolution 2024-215. Item 30, Resolution 2024-218. Item 31, Resolution 2024-219. Item 32, Resolution 2024-220. Item 35, Resolution 2024-223. Item 36, Resolution 2024-224. Item 37, Resolution 2024-225. Item 38, Resolution 2024-226. Item 39, Resolution 2024-227. Item 40, Resolution 2024-228. Item 41, Resolution 2024-229. Item 42, Resolution 2024-230. Item 43, Resolution 2024-231. Item 44, Resolution 2024-232. Item 45, Resolution 2024-233. Item 47, Resolution 2024-235. Item 48, Resolution 2024-236. Item 49, Resolution 2024-237. And lastly, for resolutions on consent, item 50, Resolution 2024-238. Okay, now we will proceed to items on second reading consent. This is section N in your agenda, page 32. Item 101, Ordinance BL 2024-152. Item 103, BL 2024, Ordinance -155. Item 104, Ordinance BL 2024-156. Item 105, Ordinance BL 2024-157. Agenda item 106, Ordinance BL 2024-158. Item 107, Ordinance BL 2024-159. Item 108, Ordinance BL 2024-160. Item 110, Ordinance BL 2024-162. Agenda item 111, Ordinance BL 2024-163. Item 112, Ordinance BL 2024-164. Agenda item 113, Ordinance BL 2024-165. Agenda item 114, Ordinance BL 2024-166. Item 115, Ordinance BL 2024-167. Agenda item 116, Ordinance BL 2024-168. Agenda item 117, Ordinance BL 2024-169. Agenda item 118, Ordinance BL 2024-170. Agenda item 119, Ordinance BL 2024-171. Agenda item 120, Ordinance BL 2024-172. Agenda item 121, Ordinance BL 2024-173. Agenda item 122, Ordinance BL 2024-174. Agenda item 123, Ordinance BL 2024-175. Agenda item 124, ordinance BL 2024-176. Agenda item 125, ordinance BL 2024-177. And lastly, on the second reading consent agenda, agenda item 126, ordinance BL 2024-178. Now moving into section O of your agenda, bills on third reading, page 41. This is for bills on third reading that are also on consent. Agenda item 129, ordinance BL 2023-136. Agenda item 130, ordinance BL 2023-137. Agenda item 131, ordinance BL 2023-139. Agenda item ordinance BL 2023-140. Agenda item 133, ordinance BL 2023-141. Agenda item 134, BL 2023-142. Agenda item 135, ordinance BL 2023-143. Agenda item 136, ordinance BL 2023-144. Agenda item 137, ordinance BL 2023-145. Agenda item 138, ordinance BL 2023-146. Agenda item 139, ordinance BL 2023-147. Agenda item 140, ordinance BL 2023-148. Agenda item 141, ordinance BL 2023-149. Agenda item 142, ordinance BL 2023-150. And lastly, on third reading consent, agenda item 143, ordinance BL 2023-151. Okay, that concludes the reading of the consolidated consent agenda. Are any members seeking to be recognized to remove an item from consent? You can get into the queue to do so at this time. Okay, Councilwoman Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to remove item number 50, RS 2024-238.
Okay, agenda item 50, RS 2024-238 is removed from consent. Councilman Bradford, you are recognized.
I would like to remove item 132, BL 2023-140.
Okay. Item 132 on third reading, BL 2023-140 is removed from consent. Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized.
I would just like to yield my time to number 47. Vice Mayor, thank you. Never mind. I will not yield my time, just 47.
You would like to remove item number 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Item number 47 is Resolution 2024-235. It will be removed from consent. Ms. Ellis, you are recognized.
So 2 items. Item on the agenda number 8.
Okay, resolution, agenda item 8, RS 2024-196 will be removed from consent. And your second item?
Item number 35.
Okay, item number 35, resolution 2024-233 will also be removed from consent. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to pull number 48, RS 2024-236, please.
Okay. Agenda item 48, RS 2024-236 is removed from consent. Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to pull items 53, 59, and 60, please.
Okay.
There's not-
No, sir, those are on first reading, and we have not gotten to first reading yet.
I'm
And
sorry.
at that time, you will be recognized on your bills if you wish to remove them from first reading.
Thank
So
you.
the consolidated consent agenda, members and members of the public, includes only resolutions, second reading ordinances, and third reading ordinances. Okay. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consent agenda? Mr. Harrell, you're recognized, sir.
Vice Mayor, thank you. I'm not sure if it's appropriate timing,
Is
but I
it-
want it to be noted that for item 104, I'm abstaining.
Okay. For item 104, does that require us to move it from consent, Ms. Darby? Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you so make the note in the record, please, that Mr. Harrell is abstaining on item 104, second reading ordinance BL 2024-156. Okay. Mr. Benton, you are recognized, sir.
Yes, I would like to remove item 35, RS 2024-223.
That has already been removed from consent, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consent agenda? Okay. All right. Now we will go chairs to our committee reports for items on consent. And I will recognize first Chair of Budget and Finance, Delisha Porterfield. Go ahead, Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered the following items: RS 2024-195, -197, -198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 218, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, and 233. And Budget and Finance approved all of those with 14 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay. Thank you for that report, Chair Porterfield. Next, we go to Councilman Russ Bradford, Chair of our GovOps Committee, for your item on consent, sir, single item.
Government Ops heard RS 2024-209. We approved 8 in favor, 9 against, 0 non-voting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, Planning and Zoning Chair, Councilwoman Gamble, you are recognized for your, let's see, 5 resolutions on consent, and then as well, you have ordinances to speak to as well. Chair Campbell, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and zoning considered items on consent, RS 2024-204, 219, 220, 224, 232, and bills on second reading, BL 2024-159, 160, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, and 178. The committee recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Campbell. Okay, next, we will recognize Chair Sepulveda for your 4 resolutions on consent. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The 2 left on consent are RS 2024-237 and BL 2024-152 rules considered and voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you for the clarification, Chair Sepulveda. Okay, next then will be the report from Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture. Well, no, I apologize. Hang on just a second. Let's go next to you, Chair Evans, of Public Health and Safety, please. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered the following items. They were all recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We had RS 2024-197, -198, 201, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215. Again, we're all 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then for bills on second reading, we had BL 2024-156, and that was also recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Evans. Okay, and then let's see. Now, Chair Stiles, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did not have any bills that were on consent.
Okay.
They were not on consent committee, but they're on this consent.
They are on this consent calendar, 157 and 158.
They both passed. At one time, we didn't have all of our members present, so at first it was 5 in favor, 0 against for BL 2024-157, and then for BL 2024-158, we had 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Stiles. Okay, and I think lastly, we will go to Chair Sean Parker of Transportation and Infrastructure. Okay, you know what, Mr. Parker, Ms. Darby is making me aware that we did not yet get second reading consent items from you, Chair Porterfield. 155, 156, and 158? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
My apologies, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered the following items: BL 2024-155, BL 2024-156, and BL 2024-158. All passed, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
No worries. That was my miss on the first pass too. Okay, now Chair Parker, it is to you for your items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered the following resolutions. 218, 219, 220, 223, 224, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, and 232. The recommended approval of all of those, 9 in favor and 0 against. We also considered RS 2024-231, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against on that resolution. For bills on second reading, the committee considered BL 2024-155, 159, 160, and then bills 162 through 178. Recommended all of those for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, and with all committee reports in to the satisfaction of the director.
Hang on, yep. Okay, did you have a report, sir, or a vote on item number 153? Apologize.
What's the bill number on that?
BL 2024-153, it was a second reading consent, potentially? Ms. Darby just brought it to my attention.
We had no votes on that, so I thought it was not on the.
Okay, it's off of consent. That's what I thought. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for the clarification. You have completed your report, and if you would make, please, then a motion for the consolidated consent agenda.
With all committee reports in, I will move the consolidated consent agenda.
Okay. Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the consolidated consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstentions other than that was recorded from Mr. Harrell. Okay. All right. You have then passed all those items that were on consent for resolutions on resolutions and second and third. And so now we will go back in our agenda to section K for resolutions not on consent. We are on page 5. Okay. And the first item not on consent is agenda item 6, RS 2023 195. This is the capital spending plan, also known as the CSP, sponsor Porterfield. Let me just read the caption. Okay, an initial resolution determining to issue general obligation bonds of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $514,055,000. This resolution, having been deferred for one meeting in Budget and Finance, is automatically deferred for one meeting without debate or discussion per Rule 8. And this deferral also satisfies Rule 21, requiring that all capital spending plan resolutions be deferred for at least one meeting. Yes, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of order that was dash 194.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. Yes, it is 194 on the agenda, and for some reason on my notes here, I had 195. I do apologize. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. All right. That is deferred by rule, and thus we are moving on. Continuing with resolutions not on consent. First among those is agenda item 8, resolution 2024-196, sponsor Porterfield, is a resolution appropriating the amount of $22,848,000 from the general fund reserve fund for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for various departments of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered RS 2024-196 and voted 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I would like to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay, Ms. Ellis, you are recognized.
Thank you. So I wanted to verify the 3 million, the line item for 3 million in maintenance and repair for the sheriff's office. Is that the downtown facility or the new facility in East Nashville?
The administration, Mr. Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the question. The Sheriff's Office operates 5 facilities, including the one downtown, and this is for the other 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion or question on this item? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. You have adopted that resolution. The next item not on consent is agenda item 35. Oh, what? I apologize. 17. Agenda item 17, RS 2024-205. Sponsors Porterfield, Gamble, Welsh, Vo, and Coupin, is a resolution to approve the first amendment to a grant contract for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2022-1443 between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission, and Rebuilding Together Nashville. Chair Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 13 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstaining.
Okay, 13, 0, and 1 abstention. Okay. Is there a motion for approval?
Committee reports.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Committee report, please. Okay. Ms. Gamble, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered RS 2024-205, 10 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay, thank you so much.
And with that, well, all committee reports being in, Vice Mayor, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, we'll move approval and recording an abstention from you, Ms. Allen, is that correct? Okay, the clerk will so note it. All in favor, please say aye.
Discussion.
Oh, pardon me. Was there any further discussion? Seeing none, with the abstention recorded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have adopted that resolution. Okay, the next item not on consent is agenda item 28. RS 2024-216, Porterfield, Welsh, Allen, Cortez, Vo, and Coupin, is a resolution approving a child and adult care food program grant application and accepting a CACFP grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Department to provide nutritious meals and snacks for children and adults attending after-school programs in 14 community centers. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
Okay, that item is withdrawn. The next item not on consent is agenda item 29, RS 2024-217, sponsors Porterfield and Evans. This is a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Kimberly Jones Imbui against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $250,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Okay, it is back to you, Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered this item and passed it 13 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. And with all committee reports being in, I would like to move for approval.
Ms. Porterfield, could you clarify, was that was an abstention, not a no vote in committee?
I have it marked as an abstention.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay, so properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough, are you seeking to be recognized? You are recognized.
Yes. I'm the one that abstained in committee, and I'd actually like to change that abstention to a nay, a no, and I'd like to state the reason why. We heard from that family earlier today. A mother lost a daughter, a sister lost her sister prematurely. And I believe in that specific instance, we dropped the ball. Metro dropped the ball. And I think it should have been resolved promptly, and it should have been resolved for the maximum amount. So for those reasons, I vote no. I know it's going to pass, but I'm saying no because I think the settlement should have been more, and it should have come sooner so that this family could go forward and finish the grieving or continue with the grieving process.
Okay, duly noted. Your committee vote will remain an abstention, but you are welcome to vote no here.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Anyone else seeking to be recognized on this resolution? Okay. Y'all can get in the queue, but I will recognize you, Ms. Stiles. And go ahead.
May I let Councilmember Lee go first?
You may. Yes, if y'all would please, on bills in this regular order, if you would please get in the queue, especially those of you on the way back road back there. Okay, Ms. Lee, you are recognized first, ma'am.
I guess this is a point of inquiry. I am not sure after hearing the comments. So my question is on this whole thing, just say, for example, this doesn't pass, then what is the process? What happens? Where does this go to get a good answer for this family? You understand the?
I guess I can direct that to Ms. Darby.
If the resolution doesn't pass, then the settlement would not be recommended, and it would go back to the Department of Law to continue with the litigation.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stiles, are you still seeking to be recognized, Ms. Stiles? Ms. Stiles, are you still seeking to be recognized? You were recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to get a clarifying moment. Sorry, that's what I was trying to speak with my constituent. I have to say I'm very torn because on the one hand, I do want them to have this financial compensation that is going to go to help others when we failed them when they needed us most. But I don't want to put them in a bad spot by saying no tonight. What I'm hoping is that if we vote yes on this, that we do better. I have faith in our police department, but the officer who failed this woman shouldn't be here anymore, and unfortunately, he still is. And whatever can be done for that to be rectified, I promise I will be looking into that. If you vote yes, just know we need to do better. Our Metro Legal Department needs to do better. We need to do better. And we need to hold better accountability. This is a pittance to offer someone for the loss of a life that could have been prevented. And I'm very sorry. Again, ma'am. I promise you I will continue to fight. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coupin, are you seeking to be recognized, sir? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of my colleagues. I can't say it better than they have, but I just have to say that, we're sorry. There's no words, but we're sorry. We failed clearly here, I'm not going to speak to the settlement amount or what the high or low or where that goes, but clearly in this moment, we have failed someone has lost a life. And to echo my colleagues' sentiments, we can do better and we have to do better, and we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Ms. Lee, are you seeking to be recognized? Go ahead.
I am. There are no words for this, but I am asking people to vote yes for this.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Okay, anyone else seeking to be recognized on this matter? Seeing none, properly moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, okay, I apologize. We will have to do roll call because we have a no vote. If we know we have one abstention, we can record it as thus, but with a no vote. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machines on agenda item 29, please? Thank you. Is anybody needing assistance with their tablet or with voting? ITS is here. Just raise your hand if you need assistance. Anyone? Ms. Hancock, have you recorded your vote? No worries. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please close the machines and show the vote. Okay, you adopt this resolution with 37 votes in favor and 1 against and 1 abstention. Okay, moving ahead on the agenda, the next item not on consent is agenda item 33. RS 2024-221, sponsors Porterfield, Parker, Welsh, Benedict, and Coupin. This is a resolution approving an application for the Tennessee Electrical Vehicle Infrastructure Grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Department of Multimodal Infrastructure to establish an accessible and reliable electric vehicle charging infrastructure network that benefits the entire community with a particular focus on the disadvantaged areas by replacing, upgrading, and installing new electric vehicle charging systems at various site locations throughout Nashville. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Withdraw.
Okay, this item is withdrawal, and we do not need committee reports to that same effect. Nope. Okay, withdrawn. All right, next, agenda item 34, RS 2024-222, sponsors Porterfield, Parker, Swara, and Coupin. This is a resolution approving an application for a USDOT Intersection Safety Challenge Grant with the USDOT to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville DOT and Multimodal Infrastructure Department to ensure optimal safety at critical intersections by updating safety software to analyze and predict patterns. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
That item is also withdrawn. Okay. The next item not on consent on our among our resolutions is agenda item 35, RS 2024-223, sponsors Porterfield, Parker, Allen, Vo, Swara, and Coupin. This is a resolution approving an application for a 2024 Road to Zero Community Traffic Safety Grant from the National Safety Council to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville DOT to end fatalities on our roads by 2050. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For committee reports, Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
Okay, Chair Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered RS 2024-223, recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair Porterfield, it is back to you for a motion, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With all committee reports being in, I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Mr. Benton, you can get in the queue, sir, okay? Are you having difficulty with the queue in the tablet, sir? Okay. I'm going to recognize Mr. Benton first, Ms. Ellis, because he raised his hand. So, Mr. Benton, you are recognized first, and then you, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a question in this bill. It says eliminate deaths and injuries. And that sounds grand. I'm not sure how eliminate is a possibility. I have a lot of cases in my district where people are killed on a regular basis, but it's usually something that they're doing if they're drunk, high, a lot of homeless staggering into the traffic. And it would be nice if we could eliminate all serious injuries or deaths. But to focus on something that's very, very difficult to achieve and to put energy into that when the department is really lacking in their basic functions. From clearing snow so we can get mail, potholes year after year. It's not just this year, it's year after year, not filled. When I was running for office, way back, I found out in March, Russian limbs weren't picked up yet. It's like we're not focused on the fundamentals, and then we're going for some real pie in the sky. To me, it's just a matter of losing focus. And if we were really doing a good job on our primary items, then maybe this would be the next step. But we got to do the fundamentals before we can really take on a fantastic pie in the sky project like this, where we're going to say zero serious injuries and deaths. I guess that's all I really have to say. I would like someone to speak to someone here that can speak to that from the department.
Speak to what, sir?
How we're going to achieve zero to eliminate all serious injuries or deaths.
Okay, so Mr. Benton, sir, this is a resolution approving an application for a grant with the lofty but noble goal of ending fatalities on our roads by 2050. So your question to the department is how they will endeavor through this grant funding to do so?
Right. When they have other things that they're struggling to accomplish already.
Okay, I will put that question to the administration. Mr. Rosenberg, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Council Member. I don't think that this grant is going to get us to zero deaths. However, the $85,000 will be not money that could go to anything else because it's from a grant. So this won't be diverting resources in any way. It's going to be going towards one of the 5 Vision Zero priorities, which is education. It's a long process. Obviously, zero deaths is an aspirational goal and not something that is likely to be achieved anytime soon. But hopefully this will be helpful in some way, and it's not going to take away from any of the other important priorities that we've got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ellis, are you seeking to be recognized as well? Okay, you're recognized.
So in the grant application, there were 4 pivotal intersections that were identified, but it didn't list those intersections. Do we know what those are?
Okay, can someone from the administration or council staff perhaps speak to what the 4 highlighted intersections are for purposes of the grant? Mr. Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Council Member. That is actually for the other grant. That is where the 4 intersections are identified. On this one, it's going to be placed strategically in areas where there are high numbers of injuries from traffic incidents.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Ellis, do you have any further questions about this grant application?
I was just reading the document that was that was here provided to us on our screen. So I guess it's so the 4 intersections are not a part of this 85,000. That what you're saying?
That is my understanding.
Okay. That's I don't have the other document before me. It was. Second. This is just the summary.
Ms. Ellis, will this information affect your vote for or against this grant application?
Yes, it will, because if the intersection of Murfreesboro Pike and Bell Road is not on the list, then that's a problem. Hang on just 1 second, though.
If I may, Madam President,
yes.
this is not going to be at intersections. It'll be placed on existing billboards, so they won't even necessarily be at intersections.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Transportation Infrastructure Chair, Councilman Sean Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd rise in support of this grant application. This, if we are awarded this grant, this is kind of a drop in the bucket to a really important and I will admit lofty goal that we've adopted as a city. For new members or members of the public who want to learn more about Vision Zero, we have a rather extensive Vision Zero action plan that we've adopted. It's put together by NDOT. It's really fantastic. NDOT does have a lot of different things on their plate. They do a really amazing job. I think it'd be worth, as we review the upcoming budget, if you're concerned that we're not focusing on the basics, kind of look at those buckets that we're funding within that particular department, see how much we're putting into road maintenance, into the basics, and then take a look at what we're doing in the safety space and the multimodal space. And I mean, I think that once you look at those numbers, it's every dollar helps in this space of trying to reduce fatalities for all road users. So Vision Zero is not just about pedestrians and cyclists. It's about car drivers. It's about everybody who's vulnerable out on our streets. So I would encourage colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parker. Councilman Prep T, pardon me, sir. There you are. Sorry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this grant application. In the year 2023, Nashville saw around 40 pedestrian deaths, which are 40 way too many. Anything that we can do to ensure that our citizens who are driving on our streets, who are cycling through our bike lanes, who are walking on our sidewalks are safer, we need to do. I also want to caution us about how we talk about our citizens, our neighbors, the people who make up our communities, not just those who pay attention, who vote, who are engaged, but also our unhoused neighbors. Regardless of who these people are who have lost their lives on our roadways, it is a tragedy because that is a loss of human life that can and should be prevented. I rise in favor of this grant application, and I would ask all of you to support it as well.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no?
I glad I'm not.
Ms. Ellis, is your point of order about the vote itself that we're taking?
It is. So I was just given false information by Mr. Rosenberg, and the document, the grant exhibit that's attached in this portal is not the same grant exhibit that was attached to the agenda.
Okay, so you want to establish that there is an error potentially in the attached exhibit to the resolution, and I appreciate you elevating that, but at this juncture, we are voting. So given that, you may either abstain or vote no. We've already called the ayes, and then I was mid saying any noes and abstentions. You both raised your hand. You're welcome to vote no or abstain on this.
But that was based on false information that they were able to vote on.
Okay. Okay, we are on resolution.
So you guys tell me.
We're on resolution 2024-223.
That is correct.
Okay.
So on the agenda that was published from the council's office has a grant exhibit attached to it. And in that grant exhibit, which is the application, it precisely says in the second paragraph that it's 4 pivotal intersections.
Okay.
And Mr. Rosenberg just testified that
Okay.
the 85,000 didn't include the 4 intersections.
Wait a minute, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Sepulveda, Rules Chair.
Point of order, Vice Mayor. I don't think that that's a point of order, and I believe we're on a vote now.
Right.
So is that a parliamentary inquiry?
Ms. Ellis, I have registered that you believe there to be an error in the attached exhibit. What I would encourage you at this juncture to do, if you find that error would bring you then to need to abstain perhaps or vote no. I am fairly confident that everybody in this body is for appropriating $85,000 to Vision Zero efforts, whether or not the exhibit is correct. So duly noted. Okay, we can take that up with the administration later. We are in the middle of a vote. We have called the ayes, and now I am asking for noes and abstentions. Is anyone voting no? Ms. Ellis, Mr. Benton, and Ms. Kimbrough. So now we need to go on the machines. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machines for Resolution 2024-223, Agenda Item 35.
Thank you.
She needs to read the agenda a little better.
Please make sure no Vision Zero dollars make it to those 2 districts.
Is anyone requiring assistance from ITS for their tablet to register their vote? Mr. Clerk, are all the votes in? Who has still yet to vote, Mr. Clerk? Okay. With all votes in, please close the machines and record the vote. This item passes with 35 votes, 3 noes, and 1 abstention. Moving on in our agenda, the next item not on consent is Agenda Item 46, Resolution 2024-234, sponsors Horton, Evans Siegel, Parker, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Coupin, Cortez, Prepti, and Bradford. This is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Department and the Metropolitan Department of Codes and Building Safety to create a pattern book for medium-density housing as further described herein. Councilman Horton, you are recognized, sir, on your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for committee reports, please.
Okay. First, Councilman Bradford of GovOps. Your report, please, sir.
Government Ops heard the resolution, and we voted 8 in favor, none against, 0 non-voting for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. Okie dokes. Councilwoman Gamble, for your report from Planning and Zoning, please, ma'am.
Is this on second reading? Oh, resolution. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. RS 2024-234, Mr. Horton's resolution regarding
Thank
the
you.
pattern book.
Planning and zoning recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
11 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining to approve. Okay. Mr. Horton, it is back to you, sir, for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I received a unanimous approval from Planning and Zoning, but a vote for a 2-meeting deferral from Government Ops. Can I still?
You may. You may still move approval.
I would like to move for approval, please, with a brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
What this resolution does is ask our codes and planning department to work together to create a pre-approved, what we're calling a pattern book for missing middle housing. A lot of times, home builders are intimidated by our codes and planning department's processes, especially smaller, less sophisticated ones that might not be able to hire sophisticated lawyers or consultants to help them navigate the process. What this would do is have codes and planning work together to create basically pre-blessed floor plans, designs, layouts, and things like that, so that if a developer wants to take one of these pre-blessed designs off the shelf, then they can be confident that this is going to be approved by planning and codes. It also provides residents some certainty that if the developer says this is what they're going to build, then that's exactly what they're going to build. It doesn't force anybody to use these plans. It doesn't rezone anything. It's just an option in the toolbox. And one of the concerns that we had in government ops was whether planning might be supportive. I was wondering if I might ask planning if they have any objections to this or the proposed feedback date of July of next year, whether that's problematic for them.
Let's see, Mr. Horton, do you want to, have you already made your motion to approve?
Yes, with a brief comment.
Okay, so you've made your motion to approve with a brief comment. Let's maybe take that up in discussion subsequent. Is there a second for the motion to approve? Okay. So it's properly moved and properly seconded. As the sponsor, I will go back to you for a clarifying question to the administration. To the planning table, Ms. Milligan, can you respond to the question, or would you like Mr. Horton to repeat it? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Milligan.
Sure. Yes, the planning department is not opposed to this. Pattern books of this type are a fairly common tool. A lot of cities utilize them, including cities in Nashville. This is a tool that can be used, in Tennessee. This is a tool that can be used under our current zoning code. We've got a lot of zoning districts that permit medium density housing, and so this is a tool that can be utilized. These are often helpful for smaller developers, ones that aren't sort of out doing large-scale development, so it can be a helpful tool for smaller developers as well. So the department is in support.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's properly moved and seconded, and so now we are open for discussion. Ms. Benedict, you are first in the queue, and you are recognized on the motion to approve.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I stand in support of this resolution. I think in the planning, yesterday in Planning Committee, we heard similar comments to what we just heard from Ms. Milligan. And so I want to make sure that there's not confusion with the public and on this body, that a vote in favor of this is completely independent of a vote in favor of some of the, or of any of the zoning bills that are on the agenda later tonight. So I just want to be clear that this is, as the caption says, a resolution requesting the planning department to create a pattern book. So it's a request. It gives them plenty of time. I guess I would ask the planning table, does this provide you enough time? I believe it's before July of next year.
Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Certainly. So we would need to look at the process that we might use, whether or not that would be internal or whether or not we would need to consult some of that out to actually prepare the document. We would work with our colleagues in codes and have that conversation and then come back with a scope based on that timeline. That should be adequate time, but we would certainly be hopeful that if we needed additional time that we could work with you all on that.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for that. So I think, This is something that is a tool in the toolkit for us to use as we look at planning and zoning in the city. It is a request. It is something that will sit on a shelf and be referred to as needed. It doesn't change the zoning code. So I want to make sure the public and that the body here is aware of that. I know there was a lot of confusion, it sounds like, potentially in the Government Operations Committee. And from what I saw, the little bit that I saw, I just want to make sure that it's clear that this is a non-binding resolution that is requesting that this take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Next in the queue for discussion is Councilman Coopin. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also stand in support of this resolution. As my colleague said, this is a non-binding resolution making a recommendation to planning. Planning's already talking about it, so they've heard the recommendation already. This is kind of a performative measure by the body just to kind of codify this action. We've heard, I want the public to know, we've heard the people talking for these zoning bills later. We've heard them talking against these zoning bills. We've heard concerns. These will all come up later. And in future discussions, that engagement is needed. That engagement is important if we are changing the zoning rules and laws. But on this particular bill, it is a non-binding messaging bill that is messaging to the planning table in the room that we are in currently. So to me, I see no reason to not support this evening. I see no reason to not vote for it. And I ask all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coopin. Councilwoman Ellis, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. So just to give context and a reason not to support this, I currently have 241 open hub requests for property violations that's handled through the planning and the codes department. So when we say requesting them to look into something, that takes time away from staff. And there are constituents in my district that are in need of their services. So we don't have time for performative tactics and tools that were used pre-World War II to make development choices.
Okay. Thank you.
So I encourage my fellow members to vote no.
Okay, but point of clarification, Ms. Ellis, those folks who work on property violations from a codes perspective would not be the same staff or consultancy that would be working.
Sorry, I was just reading the resolution says Department of Codes.
Right, but there's a wide diversity of employment types. And so I appreciate your point, and we will move on. Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to rise in support of this. I have some RM20 areas in my district, and I think that this could go a long way toward helping those develop in a more kind of coherent way. Right now, it's a little bit varied in the style that folks are selecting over there. And I think it would be really cool to have these examples for folks to at least draw from as they're drawing up projects here when there's not a lot of that existing kind of missing middle context around. And I also wanted to ask the planning folks, like what's requested here is middle density housing. Do y'all see this as including accessory dwelling unit plans, or would that be a different endeavor?
Ms. Milligan from Planning Department, you're recognized.
That's likely a different endeavor. This would be focused on the principal structure where we're looking at sort of those mid-range density types.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Next in the queue is Councilman Russ Bradford, Chair of GovOps. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm standing in support of this resolution. One of the things that struck me when listening to this and researching it, over the last few years, we've heard a lot of complaints about how long it takes, especially for our nonprofits who are partnering with us through the Barnes Fund to construct affordable housing. We've heard about how much inventory that we still need each year that we're not meeting. And so if this is a way that we can help those nonprofits and smaller developers and smaller developments cut through some of the red tape to get through the process quicker so that they can turn shovels quicker and get this housing online quicker for those residents who need it the most, I'm all in favor of it. And I ask that my colleagues support this and support affordable housing in our city.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Councilwoman Weiner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. I too rise in support of this particular bill. I do want to ask one question of planning, and that is, do you have an expense estimate on what this would run? Because I did hear you say that you may have to outsource it. And is that in your budget?
Ms. Milligan, you are recognized.
Certainly. So part of the resolution requires that planning and codes come together to sort of figure out a cost estimate, and we have not completed that work yet. Once the resolution, if it passes, then we will have that conversation. We do have sort of an internal way that we can hire consultants, and we do have some money in that budget, but we would need to look at what it would cost. There is part of that in the resolution, and we would figure that out if it passes.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will be very brief in my comments. I rise in support of this item tonight, and I encourage all of my colleagues to consider it as well. This is a good first step. This is a good first step to solve our housing crisis in Nashville. Not even a big step, but it's one that shows that we're thinking about those that are affected by this type of housing here. And at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to be leaders and to solve the crises that are before us. So I rise in support. I encourage all of you to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huffman. One more in the queue, Ms. Porterfield. Oh, two more. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm just rising in support, and I also wanted to remind our colleagues that anyone who's interested in signing on to as a sponsor to this amazing legislation can email the clerk. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. Ms. Evans, you're recognized. Okay. All right. No one else in the queue. With a motion properly seconded, I guess we will try this by voice. We have no votes? Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you would open the machine, please, sir. This is on Resolution 2024-234. Open the machines, please. Okay, with all votes in, please close the machines and show the vote, Mr. Clerk. Okay, this motion passes. You adopt this resolution, 37 yes votes, 1 no, and 1 abstaining. Okay, moving on to item 47, which was also removed from consent, Resolution 2024-235, sponsors Swara, Vo, Webb, Porterfield, Stiles, Toombs, Gamble, Taylor, Harrell, Sepulveda, Lee, Ellis, Coupin, and Allen, all sponsoring this worthy resolution honoring the life of civil rights leader King Hollins, and reminding everyone that they can simply email the clerk at metroclerk@nashville.gov to also sign on. I will recognize sponsor Swara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Rules Committee report, please, Ms. Sepulveda.
Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, sponsor Swara.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is an honor to recognize a legend that fought for a lot of things in our town. I always talk about, when you think about the 60s and the student movement in Nashville, some of them are from out of town, but there are few that were actually from here, and King Hollins was one of that. Tonight you heard some of the people on public comment talking about him. What I love about Mr. Hollins is that, you know, he's very soft-spoken, but very, very smart. A physicist, went to Father Ryan. He was one of the people that desegregated Father Ryan's school. But he's always very approachable, got jailed for the sit-ins. And I've always said every time we honor one of these folks that
some of us, myself included, may not be here today if not for the things that they did in the past. And so I'm very grateful that we have the opportunity to honor and to recognize him with this resolution. But before I said that, I also want to use it as a reminder. 3 years ago, when we did the John Lewis Way opening, we invited some of these icons that are still with us and give them a key to the city. Unfortunately, we're losing them. Just last year, we lost Miss Catherine Buck Brooks, who was like the keynote at the Ryman for this event, along with Reverend Lawson. And then we've lost King Orleans. I'm saying this as a way to appeal to all of you. I know that the Morris Building may be off the table, but Nashville does deserve a museum of African American history. We're losing these folks and the history and everything that goes with them. The library is amazing, but we need something better. When you talk about civil rights in this country, Nashville is a place that is a citadel. It's a big place. It's a big part of it. And all other places have a museum, and we don't. And so we need to renew this look for a museum for civil rights in Nashville and African-American history. And I hope that when that conversation resumes in whatever form it takes, that we will have your support. It's a way for generations to learn about these people, their history, their story, and the impact, whether you're Black or white or immigrants, what they did impacted all of us in our lives. And so thank you. And with that, I ask for your approval.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Ms. Webb, are you seeking to be recognized on this resolution? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want everybody to know I was personal friends with King Hollins. And him and my dad were in the same class at Father Ryan doing the stuff there. And not only would you be honoring a great civil rights leader, but he was a great man. And he would be so humbled right now to know that we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Thank you for sharing. Ms. Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am so honored that King Hollins was one of my constituents. He was a longtime Edge Hill resident, and I think it's so important. When I was working and talking with my constituents, and we were at a Rose Advisory Group meeting, and we spent a time and a moment of silence for him and took time to talk about his legacy. And I think it's so important to remember that, he was trained in the nonviolent protest at the famous Highlander Folk School in Mount Eagle, Tennessee, where Rosa Parks and the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. were also trained by longtime union organizer Miles Horton. And I think it's so important. Today we have many neighborhood associations and organizations, and he was one of the presiding officers for one, which is Organized Neighbors of Edge Hill. And their goal was to provide scholarships, housing, and address community needs to make sure that their community was a safe place to live and work. So I think it's so important to remember that the leaders like King are why we have such great and strong neighborhoods that are continuously looking out for our communities. And I stand in support of this resolution. I hope that my colleagues will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vo. Mr. Coupin, are you seeking to be recognized? Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this resolution as well, and to concur with my colleagues' sentiment that we should be looking for a space or museum to recognize these wonderful leaders. We're so blessed and lucky to have so many leaders of this movement in our hometown, in our home area, and to not have a space that recognizes and cherishes them is a tragedy to me. And so, I just, again, recommend that at some point very, very soon we start to look into that and find a place to recognize these wonderful individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Okay, the properly moved, properly seconded, not seeing anyone else seeking discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, anyone voting no or abstaining? No. Mr. Prepti, did you? Oh, okay, that's an aye, got it. Saw raised hand. I was like, oh no. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item number 48, not on consent, RS 2024-236, sponsors Stiles, Swara, and Coupin, is a resolution honoring Tawanda Coleman on the occasion of her retirement from News Channel 5. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I wanted to, committee reports. Thank you.
Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Yes. I wanted to invoke the Murphy rule on this one. Ms. Coleman has been on Channel 5, did Talk the Town for 41 years. She's been a producer. She's been a director. She's been a community asset. She's also an Antioch resident. And so it would be wonderful if we could have everyone to sign on, and I would like to move for approval.
Remind me what
I'm calling it, sorry about that. So as I was saying, I would like to move for approval.
Okay, so you are moving approval with Rule 12.3 attached to it. Is that motion seconded? That will mean that all those voting in the affirmative will be signed on as sponsors. Second, okay. All right, not seeing any other discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, great. Thank you. Next item not on consent is the last item. Wait a minute. 47, 48, 50? Okay. Item 50, RS 2024-238, sponsors Porterfield, Toombs, Gamble, Vo, Stiles, Taylor, Harrell, Sepulveda, Lee, Ellis, Benedict, and Swara. A great list of sponsors, reminding all those in the body if they would also like to sign on to this, they can just email the clerk at metroclerk@nashville.gov. This is a resolution recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized for committee reports.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you for a motion, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with the comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Colleagues, I ask you all to sign on, I ask you all to support this legislation, and Vice Mayor has already talked about your opportunity to email the clerk and sign on. It's really important that when we think about Black history, this is everyone's history, and this is the history and the legacy of fighting for the rights and equity of Black people in this city and the dignity of Black people in this city. And with this resolution, it gives a little bit of history about not only Black History Month in general, but it also talks about the work primarily of elected officials here in Nashville. And I just wanted to highlight a few things from this particular resolution. In 1951, Z. Alexander Luby and Robert E. Lillard were the first Black members of the Nashville City Council since 1911, when Solomon Harris was elected to the Nashville City Council. So we had a significant window in which we did not have representation. And out of our 40-member body, we know that right now we are thankful to have the largest minority caucus. We do have the most diverse caucus with people making history with this particular caucus. And I think we've said it before, that it is a shame that in 2024 we are still making history, but we do want to make sure that we are acknowledging people while they are still here. Over the years, we've had 63 Black members who serve on the Metropolitan Council, including future senators Thelma Harper and Brenda Gilmore, as well as civil rights leaders and activists. Also wanted to acknowledge our first Black council members at large, Carolyn Baldwin Tucker, as well as Howard Gentry Jr., who was also appointed as the first Black criminal court, Brenda Wynn, who was elected as the first Black Davidson County clerk, Vivian Wilhort, former District 29 councilwoman, elected as the first Black assessor of property. Karen Y. Johnson, who's here with us in the back today, was elected as the first Black register of deeds, also former District 29 councilwoman. Martisha Johnson, the first Black public defender. Lionel Matthews Jr., the first Black juvenile court clerk. Erica Gilmore, the first Black Davidson County trustee. Joseph Day, the first Black circuit court clerk, were all elected by Nashvillians. We have an amazing opportunity here. And when we think about the things that have happened to minorities in this community, particularly Black people, many of those things are shaped through policy. And we can move the needle in either direction, either to help people or hurt people, but it is all through the policy. And we just want to encourage our colleagues to remember to celebrate Black History Month, not only in February, but all year. And just want to thank everyone for their service. And next meeting, we are inviting all of our current and former Black elected officials to celebrate this resolution through a presentation at 6 p.m. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
That's great. And Mr. Gentry was also our first Black Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor.
That's right. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I wanted to stand in support of this resolution as chair of the Minority Caucus. My colleague, Councilwoman Porterfield, talked about the rich history of Black elected officials in this city. And, excuse me, and we have so many other individuals, Black individuals who have contributed to the history of this city, from civil rights leaders like John Lewis, Kelly Miller Smith Sr., Diane Nash, Ernest Rip Patton. We have so many artists and entrepreneurs and other civic leaders that have contributed to the history of Nashville. And during Black History Month, we have the opportunity to honor that rich history, to celebrate the diversity and resilience of the Black community. And we ask, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, we ask for our colleagues to join with us as we reaffirm our commitment to advancing racial equity and inclusion in the city. And if we work together, we can create a more just and inclusive society for everyone. And I wanted to draw attention to the letter that was placed on everyone's desk, along with a small token from the Minority Caucus, a pencil and a bracelet in commemoration of Black History Month. And there's also some links on the page to a variety of different events and programs and shows, anything you can think of, businesses that you can hopefully support during Black History Month, but not just this month, but year round. And I also want to include that the list of these links is not exhaustive. So feel free to do your own research and explore all that we have to offer and to celebrate Black history and the contribution of Black Americans every day. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chair Toombs. Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized with a motion and properly seconded, all in favor of this resolution, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, you adopt that resolution, and we have now concluded all our resolutions. And so now we are moving to agenda item L, section L, our bills on introduction and first reading. So all items on, and this is just kind of informational to get started here, all items on first reading may be taken at one time, but I do understand that at least two council members have bills of theirs that they would like to be pulled from first reading. Do any items need to be pulled from first reading consideration? If we could get in Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would pull number 55, BL 2024-182, that was 54.
Go a little bit slower for me, just hang on just a second. Okay, go ahead, 55.
54, 55, 56, 57, and 58.
Okay. Okay, so you are seeking to pull off of first reading agenda item 54, Bill 182, agenda item 55, Bill 183, agenda item 56, Bill 184, and then agenda item 58, Bill 186. So 182, 183?
57, 184, 85.
Okay, and 185. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay. 3. Okay, Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir, for items that you may like to pull from first reading. Yep,
Thank
you're
you.
live.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to pull item 53, Bill 2024-181, item 59, Bill 2024-187, and item 60, Bill 2024-188.
Okay. Okay, let's see, Ms. Gamble, are you also seeking to pull an item from first reading?
Yes, Vice Mayor, number 58, Bill 2024-186.
That's already been pulled. Okay, yeah. No worries. No, that's quite a few of them. Okay, so I'm just going to restate for clarity the items that have been removed from first reading, okay? We are removing Agenda Item 53, Bill 181 by Horton, Agenda Item 54, Bill 182 by Evan Siegel, 55 is 183, also by Evan Siegel, 56 is 184 by Ms. Evan Siegel, primary sponsor, Item 57, 185, also by Ms. Evan Siegel, and item 58, item 186 by Ms. Evan Siegel, items 59, Bill 187 by Mr. Horton, and agenda item 60, Bill 188, also by Mr. Horton. So those sponsors have requested that those be removed from first consideration. And so now all remaining bills, okay, can be taken in one vote. So is there a motion for approval, properly seconded, okay, of the majority of these items other than the ones as mentioned? Okay. Properly moved, properly seconded. Guess all in favor? Any discussion on the items that are, we're just passing on first consideration that were not removed? Seeing none, okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, so that has cleared those the majority of items on introduction and first reading, but we have a cohort of items here that we are going to go back to the sponsors in their order of your agenda. And so I think the first one that was pulled from first, Mr. Horton, will be you, agenda item 53, item 181. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move for a deferral to a specific date with a brief comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me read the caption, please, sir.
I'm sorry.
My bad. Agenda item 53, ordinance BL 2024-181, sponsors Horton, Evan Siegel, Parker, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Coopin, Cortez, Prep T, and Bradford, is an ordinance to amend section 16.08.012 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend adopted building codes to allow for certain residential buildings up to 6 stories to be served by a single exit stairway. So that is now back to you, Mr. Horton, for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to defer this item to April 16th with a brief comment.
Okay, go ahead with a brief explanation.
So what this bill is to allow certain residential structures up to 6 stories to be served by a single exit stairwell. It pairs that with a number of safety conditions. These reforms have been successful in other jurisdictions in providing safe, affordable, family-sized units in jurisdictions where these reforms have been implemented in places like New York, Honolulu, Seattle, Europe, and Japan. We've had initial conversations with planning codes and our Metro Fire Marshal. All of those comments have been incorporated into this bill. Since it's been filed, our state fire marshal has expressed interest in this legislation. The purpose of this deferral is to allow those conversations with the state fire marshal to continue without this legislation moving through the legislative process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horton. So there is a motion to defer to the meeting of April 6th. So we are deferring first consideration. Pardon? Oh, are we wrong on our April date? I'm sorry. Let's double check our April date.
April 16th, please.
16th? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes,
I heard
please.
it as 6th, sir. I'm sorry. April 16th. Okay, so there's a motion to defer first consideration. Okay, so we're not voting to pass this on third. We are deferring it off of first consideration to the meeting of April 16th with a brief explanation from the sponsor. Properly moved and properly seconded. Anyone seeking to be recognized? First in the queue is Ms. Ellis on the deferral.
Yep. So I have a question. For this bill, I want to make sure it's appropriate time. The research that was used was from the Beacon Center. Is that the same Beacon Center that advocated for not passing Medicaid expansion? Is that the research center that we used?
Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Are we on the deferral? Is this about the deferral?
We are on a deferral motion. So, yeah, the debate is limited to the deferral. So unless the answer to that question is going to affect whether or not you are voting for the deferral, then it's not a proper question.
It is, yeah. Before I spend my time researching a bill that was based on research by a conservative think tank,
it's rather, Ms. Ellis, the way you need to think about it is like you are speaking about the merits of, deferring this bill out to April 6th or not. So 16th, April 16th, okay? So it's not about the bill itself. It's about deferring the bill. It's not about the content or substance of the bill.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's just about whether or not to defer it.
Got it. I just want to make sure because there was a lot of, misinformation around this, and I didn't want to
Understood.
hide
Moving on.
behind
Okay.
the housing affordability
Got it.
flag.
Mr. Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am speaking on the deferral and rising in favor of the deferral. I've told many of my constituents that the reason I co-signed early on these bills is that I think that we are in an affordability crisis and that zoning reform is needed quickly, but with deep engagement and conversation. And I have full trust that my colleagues who are bringing forward this legislation are going to take the steps to engage. I know that between now and April 16th, I will have plenty of time to engage my constituents in my district to hear what their thoughts are for, against, questions on the merits. So I believe that is plenty of time to at least think about this and decide if we need a further deferral or if we're ready to vote on it at that point. So I very much support the deferral and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Mr. Bradford on the deferral. Nope. Okay. All right. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, we have a motion to defer to the meeting of April 16th, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? You're abstaining, Ms. Ellis? Mr. Clerk, if you would record Ms. Ellis as an abstention on the deferral motion. Mr. Horton, your bill is deferred off first reading. It will be back on first reading on April 16th. Okay, moving to agenda item 54, Ordinance BL 2024-182, sponsors Evans, Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Hill, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, Prep T, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to clarify who may update the official website regarding the issuance of permits and notices, remove requirements for washer and dryer hookups in certain homes, remove and separate bathroom facilities at gas stations, and add regulations to permit large homes with 3 to 6 attached dwelling units. Ms. Evans-Siegel, you are recognized.
I would like to move to defer with brief comment.
Do you want to say how you would like to defer it?
The April 2nd meeting.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. You can provide a brief explanation for your deferral.
I would just provide to my colleagues a little bit of background, which is that our building codes still require separate sex bathrooms in gas stations, and they still require very specific types of washer dryer hookups that are not always relevant in homes. This is a simple cleanup bill, but so that colleagues can have time to understand it, I would like them to have that time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so there is a motion by Ms. Evans Siegel, the primary sponsor, to defer Bill 182 to the meeting of April 2nd, properly seconded. I'm not seeing anyone seeking any discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, seeing none, Bill 182 is deferred to first reading on April 2nd. Agenda item 55, ordinance BL 2024-183, sponsors Evans, Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Hill, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, Prepty, and Bradford, is an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to provide for housing, health, and safety of residents by streamlining codes provisions related to fireproofing requirements for middle housing creation and conversion, including specifically the creation of a class of large unit homes within the International Building Code and providing for NFPA-13D sprinklers and 1-hour fire resistance rated separation therefore. Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to defer to April 2nd with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, back to you for a brief explanation of the deferral.
Just by way of background, this ordinance was crafted after conversations with the state fire marshal's office to make sure that we would not be preempted because another county in this state tried to set specific fireproofing requirements for smaller sized flex buildings. The fire marshal at the state has indicated that he approves this ordinance, but I would like my colleagues to have time to understand it, know exactly what is involved, and that will give them time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Ms. Evans Siegel has moved a deferral properly seconded to the meeting of April 2nd, deferring first reading. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Now, agenda item 56, ordinance BL 2024-184, sponsors Evans, Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Hill, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, Prep T, and Bradford, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend the definitions of multifamily and residence for handicapped more than 8 individuals. Update references related to accessory building, detached accessory dwelling, and detached accessory dwelling unit for consistency, add bar/nightclub as a permitted use in certain industrial districts, add daycare as a permitted with conditions use in certain districts, and to add a definition for half-story related to contextual overlays. Ms. Evans Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to April 2nd with a brief comment.
Okay, Ms. Evans Siegel has moved to defer the first reading of this bill to the meeting of April 2nd. Is there a second? Okay, with a brief explanation on the reason for the deferral. Ms. Evans Siegel.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would just note for my colleagues that this is a cleanup bill. As many of you have probably realized, we actually have 3 different terms in our code that all mean the same thing, which is a detached accessory dwelling unit. This cleans this up so that anybody can pick up the code and understand it. It also provides that bars and nightclubs in industrial areas will be treated just like restaurants, so we don't have to figure out what it is anymore. It allows for daycares the size of standard church daycare in commercial and multifamily areas, and it provides a definition of half-story, which somehow we managed to use and not ever define. So it is a very simple cleanup bill, but I would like my colleagues to have time to understand it.
Thank you, Ms. Evans Siegel. Ms. Evans Siegel has moved to defer this bill off of first reading, Bill 184, to the meeting of April 2nd, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This is deferred to the meeting of April 2nd. Agenda item 57, ordinance BL 2024-185, sponsors Evan Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Hill, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, and Prep T, is an ordinance to amend section 6.28.030, section 13.12.110, and title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, relative to the creation of the, quote, residential scale multifamily residential use, all of which is more particularly described here in Ms. Evan Siegel. You are recognized.
I should have pre-recorded, but I would like to move to April 2nd with a brief comment.
Okay. Ms. Evan Siegel has moved for a deferral to the meeting of April 2nd. Do I hear a second? Okay, it's properly seconded. So back to you, Ms. Evan Siegel, for a brief explanation of the need for the deferral.
Thank you, Madam President. I would note that based on advice from the Planning Department, numerous meetings around the county have been scheduled between now and April 2nd. In addition, the Planning Department needs time to fully analyze this bill and to determine if this makes sense based on their metrics. Moving to April 2nd will get us time to get through those public meetings and initial feedback from planning to know whether or not more time is warranted on this. If we do not defer today, we get in a cycle of publication notice, which can be costly and confusing to the public. And I think the public has a right to have these meetings without being confused as to when this may or may not be up for a vote.
I appreciate that. Yes, a deferral off of first. So deferring first reading does do that. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, so there is a motion to defer to the meeting of April 2nd, properly seconded. And is there any discussion? It looks like there are folks in the queue. I will go in order. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am speaking against the deferral to April 2nd for many reasons. First, the Planning Department, NDOT, Metro Water, WEGO, and codes are currently working on a multimodal plan that will overlay land use policy, infrastructure, multimodal transportation, and building codes to determine the best opportunities for rezoning reforms to address the housing crisis in Nashville. They will be conducting public engagement for the public to review and provide input on that plan starting this summer through the end of the year. Also, Affordable Housing Task Force is working on a unified housing strategy report that will show the status of housing stock across the county. That report will be released in September of this year and will provide data that will overlay with the multimodal plan. Additionally, I met with NDOT, and frankly, NDOT and Metro Water do not have the capacity to provide the infrastructure to support upzoning the entire USD as proposed in that bill, 185. And there are some areas that may not have the capacity.
Ms. Sepulveda, point of order.
Stop my sign.
Are we on the deferral?
We are on a deferral. So,
Point of order, Vice
My
Mayor.
time needs to be taken back.
Ms. Sepulveda, yes, ma'am.
We're on a deferral. Are
Right.
we speaking to the deferral?
I'm speaking to the reasons why I'm against the deferral, is what I said.
Okay.
And if we can take my time back.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Sepulveda.
Are we supposed to get recognized before we speak? That's how it generally works, does it not, Vice Mayor? So can we remind our colleagues to not speak out unless they have a point of order or unless they're called on?
Correct. Yes. Thank you. Ms. Gamble, it is back to you on the deferral, please, ma'am. So you
Thank
are
you.
speaking against the deferral.
Has my time been taken back because I lost some minutes because of that point of order that was uncalled for?
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that Councilmember Gamble gets her 3 seconds back. There was a clock on the time when she was given her to speak.
Ms. Ellis, I will add 3 seconds to the end. Once it beeps, if she still needs to speak, I'll give her 3 seconds,
Should I
okay?
respond to her or to you?
You speak to me, ma'am, during the meeting, okay? You address me, the chair.
Thank you. So when Ms. Sepulveda called her point of order, there was a 3-second rundown on the clock while
Ms. Ellis,
while you
a
were
point of
recognizing her.
order is a prevailing inquiry, okay?
Okay.
We will keep up with it. No one's going to cut Ms. Gamble off at the
Okay.
end of her thing and say, whoops, sorry, you don't get the 3 seconds. It's going to be okay.
Okay,
I'm
thank
going to
you.
go back to Ms. Gamble on the deferral. And
Thank you,
please
Vice
stay
Mayor.
on the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
NDOT nor Metro Water have the capacity to provide the infrastructure to support upzoning the entire USD as proposed in this bill. And some areas in the USD do not have the capacity to support the infrastructure that would be needed. So this bill puts the cart before the horse. Also, Bill 2024-185 is a nuclear approach to an issue that requires comprehensive and strategic planning. The bill was not developed in consultation with the Planning Department or the Affordable Housing Task Force, nor was there any consideration for how the
Ms.
zoning
Gamble,
reform
keep
will
it to the
impact.
deferral. Keep it to the deferral, please, ma'am.
This is why I'm against the deferral. Will
Okay,
impact
this sounds like
Black
why
and
you're
brown
against, Ms.
communities
Gamble,
across the county.
It sounds like why you're against the bill, ma'am. So
No,
we're
I'm
speaking
against
on-
the deferral for April
Okay.
2nd, if I
Okay.
could continue.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
For these reasons, I believe that a deferral to April 2nd is not enough time to get the reports that the Planning Department and the Affordable Housing Task Force is working on so that we can have data-driven decisions or data-driven information to make decisions on these important bills. And for that reason, a deferral needs to be indefinite so that we can allow the time for the planning staff to not be bogged down with trying to analyze this bill that we know won't work, and they can continue to focus on the work that they're doing to address the affordable housing crisis in our city.
Okay, moving on to Ms. Hancock, you are next to be recognized on the deferral.
I'm also against the deferral primarily because similar to the reasons Councilwoman Gamble quoted with Metro Water not having the necessary infrastructure, Madison Suburban Utility District does not have that infrastructure. We recruited 65% of Madison to the USD in 2018 against most of their will. And this is a tax district of the USD, not a zoning district. So I think that we shouldn't defer it and keep the agony going on for the constituents.
Okay, Ms. Benedict, you are recognized on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that the last couple of comments that I heard from my colleagues are actually a great reason why we should defer this to April 2nd, which is that begins the process of getting engagement with the community, getting engagement with the planning department to start their review, such that we can then proceed in whichever manner is the right manner based on that information that we have at the time. Oftentimes on this body, we defer to a date certain, and then we end up deferring further if needed based on the information that's needed. My recommendation is that we defer to the date certain that my colleague, Ms. Evans-Siegel, Councilmember Evans-Siegel has requested. And so with that in mind, I think this is definitely something that she's willing to look at. And I think that's a fantastic thing. I know my community wants continued research on this. And so this gives us the time to do that while having a dialogue with the county about it. If it were to be a deferral longer than this date certain, then I think that says to the community that no progress is going to be made towards the potential of creating missing middle market rate housing. And so I think that we need to, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Ellis, Ms. Stiles, and Mr. Taylor. I can't see Ms. Ellis. Thank you.
So I just want to confirm that while the argument is being made either for or against the deferral,
Yes,
the assumption of the members on the floor is not taken into consideration in making the argument. Can you clarify that?
A point of order is when you disagree with my interpretation of, like, you know, say one time I forgot to call for discussion on something. That's a point of order, right?
Okay.
As to procedural stuff.
Okay. And so, and is it your responsibility to monitor the context of the member?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Benedict, are you done
Just-
speaking on the merits of the deferral?
Just about.
Yep.
So, thank
Okay.
you. So, and I think I had a little bit more than that, but I don't think I'm going to take up that much time, so I'm okay if we don't extend it. There, I just took some extension. So I think, the point of the deferral is for us to begin that engagement. My community, as I said, does have questions about this, but in the interest of there being a need for something like this, I think we begin the dialogue through the process of this deferral. And so with that, I would encourage my colleagues to support this deferral by the lead sponsor. We very rarely have anything pulled from first reading from someone who is not the primary sponsor, who then seeks to do something with it other than the primary sponsor. I would ask that my colleagues have councilmanic courtesy and allow the lead sponsor of this bill to do with it as she'd like in order to get the research done so that the community has that engagement.
Okay.
So with that, I again, renew my...
Or your support for the deferral. Ms. Gamble, you have a point of order. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I was cut off because I was trying to give my reasons for deferral, a longer deferral, but the last speaker was able to speak in the same manner and was not cut off. So I just want to make a record and a point of that. Thank you.
I appreciate you making that point. Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think Councilmember Benedict gave some of the reasons why I'm also in favor of the deferral. It is very unusual, and for the first termers, it is very unusual not to, to pull something on first reading, to go against the lead sponsor's wishes, to have more community engagement. It can be done. It's usually not done, right? Usually we go through the process of having community engagement, of having community meetings, of speaking to department heads. So I would encourage you guys to keep that in mind when voting on a deferral, because it is very likely that you will have legislation in the future and someone could also pull it off. And usually we expect councilmanic courtesy to keep a deferral.
Just for clarification, the primary sponsor has moved this deferral, and it has been seconded. It is to a date certain of April 2nd. She has spoken to her reasoning for the deferral, and what we are speaking to now through this discussion is the merit of deferring this bill to April 2nd, okay? Ms. Benedict was speaking to that merit. There is some nuance in here, okay? But what we are speaking about is whether or not to defer this bill off of first reading per the wishes of the primary sponsor to the meeting of April 2nd, okay? Mr. Taylor, you are recognized on the deferral. Please, sir.
Thank you. It's fun in here tonight. So the sponsor mentioned that there's been meetings set up throughout the county in regards to this legislation. I'd like to take my time to get an answer of where those meetings are and what the dates are.
Ms. Evans-Siegel, do you want to answer that? Because I did, in your explanation of your deferral, you spoke to the need to have the meetings around the county, so I will allow it. You may speak to that, please, ma'am.
Yes, so all of those meetings are on the public calendar. The ones that are firm and public and not limited to neighborhood associations are also at musiccity.homes with an S and homes.com. That's apparently a thing. And you can go to get involved, and the public ones will be added there. There are a few churches that I am talking to about adding even more, one of which will be close to the council member who had a question. But I'm waiting on a date from that church on availability before clearing that with that council member to make sure that that works. But several neighborhood associations have also reached out, and those are not online on the website because those are limited to those neighborhood associations.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Taylor, does that answer your question relative to the deferral?
Not one bit. I asked what those dates were and where they are.
Okay, Ms. Evans-Siegel, would you like to pull up your website and provide the specific dates.
And
so
while we're
that-
pulling up that website, is this a Metro-approved website that we're using?
That's not relevant to the deferral, Mr. Taylor.
No,
okay?
I'm asking, well, if the deferral, because if I want to understand, if my constituents need to know about a meeting, do they have to go to a public site or a Metro site to find where the meetings
Let's
are?
let Ms. Evans Siegel answer
Okay.
that, please. Ms. Evans Siegel, go ahead.
These are on the Metro sites, but I think what we hear a lot from constituents is that there's a lot of information on the Metro site. And so sometimes it's hard to find what they're looking for on the public calendar. There may be 10, 15, 20 meetings a day, sometimes, especially when you get into the spring with cleanup. And so in addition to being properly publicly noticed meetings, there is one in Donaldson on February 12th, one in Smith Springs on February 13th, one in Green Hills on March 2nd, one in Madison on March 6th, one in the Edmondson Library in sort of south-ish Nashville, covering a bunch down there March 8th, one in Bordeaux in March 9th. In addition, there are several council members here who have invited me out to their neighborhood meetings, and those are in their newsletters. If you have signed up for your colleagues' newsletters, you will get notice of those.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. For the record, there's not one in District 21, and this bill represents all of the districts in Nashville. And so my question is, has there been a
Okay.
has there been a conversation with planning, inviting planning to those meetings, as well as have you had a conversation with district council members to host said meeting? And I can tell you here that I haven't had a conversation with the sponsor to host a meeting to discuss this bill in my district.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Taylor. There are 35 of us. So, Ms. Evans Siegel, do you
But
want
to answer
speak to
that, Vice Mayor, there are 35 districts, and this bill touches every single district.
Yes, sir.
So,
Let's just get, let's just get Ms. Taylor to answer your question.
So my question is, if we can't respect the councilmatic courtesy in all 35 districts, why are we rezoning 35 districts?
This bill is on first reading. This is a deferral off of first reading. This is in, I mean, I'm not
get
going
it,
to
but
respond.
it's a
I'm gonna-
first reading
is
that
there a
I've never
question?
discussed with my council district.
Do you have
and
a
that's not
question?
how I manage business in my council
Mr. Taylor,
district.
do you have a question, a specific question for Ms. Evans Siegel that she can respond to
so
as
my
to your
question
vote on the
is,
deferral?
I would like to discuss zoning bills prior to coming to this body with my district. That's how I manage my district. That's how I would like my colleagues to also help me manage my district.
Okay.
When they file bills that rezone my district.
All right. Ms. Evans Siegel, I will put it back to you.
There was a question in there, which is whether or not planning is coming to these meetings. I would just note that whether or not planning chooses to come to these meetings is up to them. I was advised by planning to hold 4 meetings in the county before doing this. 4. And that felt woefully inadequate, which is why at this point, between neighborhood meetings and public meetings, we're at about 16 meetings.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Gamble, for a point of order.
The question was the plan.
I understood the question to be to Ms. Evans Siegel, and she did respond. So, okay. All right, Mr. Parker, you are next in the queue, sir, on the deferral, the merits of deferring this bill off of first reading to April 2nd, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the deferral for a couple of reasons. So some of y'all, especially the second termers, will know that I have had some rather controversial zoning bills, some Title 17 bills in the last 5 years that required a lot of attention, a lot of work, a lot of engagement. The point that the sponsor made, I think, is a really important one logistically about if we were to advance this, it would start this clock of noticing for public hearings, and it put us in a very awkward situation. By keeping it on first, that allows us to kind of continue working it. It's Title 17. You can defer it 100 times. We can have as much time as we want. This is the amount of time that the sponsor has asked for to work on this and to get feedback from planning, from NDOT, from water, from all the departments who, have not weighed in on this yet, especially our, phenomenal world-class planning staff who will be paying a lot of attention to this if we let it get to them, giving us some really solid analysis as they always do. So I think we should, the sponsor has this calendar of public meetings. I think if individual members want to do their own style of engagement at their neighborhood associations, have their own meetings even, I think that everyone is welcome to do that, as we all always are. And so again, I think that this is a reasonable timeline. It's Title 17. It can be deferred again and again and again and again until we're where we need to be with it, or however it's disposed of at that point. So let's defer this. Let's give planning time to look at it. Let's give the other departments time to provide feedback to this body, and move on, because we got a few more of these.
Okay, Mr. Coupin, on the deferral, sir,
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
you're recognized.
Thank you. Speaking on the deferral, as my colleagues have said, I know there may be issues with NDOT and planning and infrastructure and all that. Those issues are, if they are here today, they will be here in a couple of months. And I believe that it's important to give councilman a courtesy to the individuals that are running bills if they want to defer it. That gives us more time. If we need more time after that, as my colleague just said, we can defer it again. So I see, to me, a deferral gives us more time. It keeps a bill alive that may or may not have good merits. It gives us time to digest and talk about it. So I am rising in support of that deferral and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin, for being concise, sir. Mr. Horton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion for a deferral. There's been a lot of heated rhetoric and hot tempers around this bill. I think what this deferral does is allow everybody to take a step back, take a deep breath, and at the deferred date, approach this calmly with calm tempers and clear heads. And at that point, we can make a vote on whether we want it, whether we don't, on the substance of it, once our community members and the city as a whole is allowed to provide their input, and do so calmly at this future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Ms. Evans-Siegel, do you want me to come back to you at the end on your bill? Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead to Mr. Bradford. You're recognized, sir.
Previous question.
Okay, Mr. Bradford has moved the previous question. Okay. As a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting, that will end the debate on the motion to defer. Ms. Porterfield, do you have a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I have a point of order. If we vote in the affirmative to call the question, will the speaker have the opportunity, will the sponsor have the opportunity to speak again? Okay, so the sponsor would not be able to speak again. I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was a point of order regarding calling the previous question. We will now need to go on the boards because we will need to have 2/3 of those voting to end debate on this bill. Mr. Clerk, please open the machines. So if you want to end debate on the motion for deferral, you would vote aye. If you want debate on the deferral motion to continue, you would vote no. Okay. All votes are in. Mr. Kirk, please close the machine and show the vote. Okay. The motion to end debate on the motion to defer passes. And so now we will move straight to the motion to defer this bill off of first reading to the date certain of April 2nd. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machines for the vote on the motion to defer. Yes, Ms. Ellis, you're recognized.
Could you remind me, what was the date that the bill sponsor wanted to defer to?
It's April 2nd.
Is that before or after the budget?
Before. Does anyone need assistance with their tablet? ITS is here. Okay, all votes are in. With that, Mr. Clerk, please close the machine and show the vote. Okay, the motion to defer to the meeting of April 2nd, deferring first reading, passes. Okay, so Bill 185 by Ms. Evans Siegel will be again on first reading on April 2nd. Okay, folks, agenda item 58, ordinance. Yes, Mr. Prep-T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I know that it's late and we all want to try and get out of here as quickly as possible. I just wanted to ask, and recognizing that colleagues might not want to go for this, would it be appropriate at this time to make a motion for a brief 15-minute recess to allow calmer heads to prevail?
Mr. Prep-T, I'm grateful for the sentiment, and I guess in that regard, I would just ask us all, take a deep breath, okay? Everybody just take a deep breath in that same spirit, okay?
Yes,
I'm
trying to be considerate of colleagues. If colleagues would also be considerate of those who are.
I appreciate it, sir. Okay, let's move on then, please, okay? Let's keep moving ahead. We are almost at, it's late. Okay, agenda item 58, ordinance BL 2024-186, sponsor Evans, Siegel, Horton, Hill, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, and Prep-T. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, to add the two-family use as a conditionally permitted use in the RS and RSA zoning districts, and amend the conditions for the two-family use in the AG, AR2A, R, and RA zoning districts, all of which is more particularly described herein. Ms. Evans Siegel, to you as the primary sponsor, ma'am. You're recognized.
I would move to defer to April 2nd with a brief comment, please.
Yes, with a brief comment to explain the need to defer to April 2nd, please, ma'am.
Consistent with our last discussion, there was talk about having public meetings. This bill is different from the last bill in that this bill is designed to create a better, more workable system for our two-family use in Nashville. We passed a confusing and odd statute in 1984 related to duplexes, which was then widely applied in 1998, which makes it almost impossible for most people in Nashville to know whether or not their lot, their neighbor's lot, the lot down the street is duplex eligible. We have used RS zoning to try and prevent the tall, skinny masses without thinking about what that does to neighborhoods that historically had duplexes, how that's applied in the city, and what other better fixes might be available for that. In 2 weeks in December, 1 of 4 researchers at the zoning administration desk received over 100 email inquiries, in addition to hundreds of phone calls on the question of whether or not any particular lot was duplex eligible. Over 60% of our zoning research time, which is time that could go to permitting housing in this county, is eaten up with the question of, is this lot duplex eligible? We knew in 84 what existed in 84. We probably had an idea in 98 what existed in 84. But in 2024, we are asking our departments to stop processing permits for housing, for daycares, for the things that we want in the city and instead ask the question, what existed in 1984 when most of Nashville, frankly, did not live in Nashville? I would like this deferral so we can explain the system to people so that people understand how we got here and what it is and can provide meaningful feedback on how we can fix it without causing mass tall, skinny crises all over this county. And I would hope that my colleagues would understand that we cannot ask our Metro Department to do this work, to take on this labor and to gum up the system, and would work with me during this time to create a fix that works for all.
Okay, you have heard an explanation for the motion to defer off of first reading the Bill 186 to a date certain of the meeting of April 2nd. It was properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the deferral of this bill to April 2nd? Ms. Johnson on the deferral? Yes, ma'am, you are recognized.
Thank you. I would speak against the deferral to the date certain and would prefer an indefinite deferral, and here's why. We have a process for zoning. When anyone in our district wants to rezone their property, whether it's one property or multiple properties, we have engagement with that group of people. We have engagement with planning. We get feedback from planning. And we have that crafted and ready to go before first reading. This purports to rezone every single one of our districts. And it's been put on first reading before any of the district council members have had discussions. Planning was not consulted with this. This is a massive rezoning. It does need time. We do need help with affordable housing. I don't think this is the answer, quite frankly. But every single district council member in this room has the right and responsibility of zoning in their district. And not one person in this room knows my district better than me. Not one person in this room knows their district better than the district council person. They are responsible for their zoning. You have the ability to upzone your neighborhoods if your neighborhoods see fit, and that is appropriate. And you have transit and you have infrastructure that is going to support that upzoning. Get after it. My district by far is R and RS zoning. It would destroy the character of my neighborhoods. It goes without consent of my neighbors. We're looking to rezone hundreds of thousands of parcels. Most of the people won't even know what's going on, and it will be against their consent. That's why there's anger in the room. So I'm going to respectfully ask for people to please vote down the deferral to a date certain, and instead I will make a motion to defer indefinitely so that we can handle this the proper way.
Okay, at present, the motion before us is to the date certain of April 2nd. And that remains the motion before us because that is the prevailing motion that will need to be disposed of first at this juncture. Ms. Porterfield, are you seeking to be recognized in support or opposition to the motion to defer to April 2nd? Okay, you're recognized.
Yes, Vice Mayor, it is on the deferral.
Okay, go ahead.
I stand in support of the deferral. I appreciate the work that my colleague has done on this, but I will be the first to say that there's a lot more that needs to be done. There's a ton of community engagement that needs to happen. There are a lot of concerns about the impact that this legislation is going to have across the county. So there is a ton of work that needs to be done on this. What I'm asking is that our colleagues give Council Member Evan Siegel the opportunity to continue to work on this. It was already stated that zoning legislation can continue to be deferred. So if we get to that particular date, and there's still more work that needs to be done, we have the opportunity to defer this again. By deferring this legislation, we do give our colleague the opportunity to continue to engage the community or start to engage the community. I don't know which one it is, whichever one it is. We're giving her the opportunity. We're giving her the opportunity to work with our metro departments. And again, there's a lot of concerns about this, and I share some of those concerns, but I also know that we are in an affordable housing crisis. And as a person who goes to bed every night with a roof over my head, and I know that my colleagues do too, so I'm not trying to say that my colleagues are not caring about affordable housing, so let me be very careful, because that's not what I'm trying to say. But I do think that we have to be very careful and think about how this is going to impact everybody, and we can do that by continuing to work. And if our colleague is open to it, Vice Mayor, and if you're open to it, I think this will be a wonderful opportunity for us to have a working group around this legislation so that we can all come to the table in a publicly noticed way, and everyone can bring the concerns of their particular districts so that we can try to work together to see if there's a solution that we can all come to. But by deferring this legislation, we have the opportunity to do that, and we can defer it again and again if we have to. We can keep doing it until we get it right, Vice Mayor. So I'm asking my colleagues to please support this deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. Ms. Ellis, you are recognized on the deferral, please, ma'am.
Thank you. So I rise in asking my colleagues to vote against the deferral because we were elected to represent our constituents. We should not be hoodwinked by key phrases like housing affordability and the such. The East Bank Development has a subcommittee that's sponsored or that's chaired by the co-sponsor of this amendment or this legislation. And the housing crisis in my district is at a more higher level than the East Bank Development. So I would just ask that we do not vote to defer this, that we allow time for us first-termers to talk with our constituents and to resolve the issues that they elected us for just 4 months ago. Some of those issues being basic road maintenance, some of those issues being property violations, and some of those issues is communication and raising their knowledge base and the work that goes on here on the council floor when they're sleeping to get up to go to their first or second job in the morning.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Weiner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Since 2011, I have listened to my constituents. I was elected to represent my constituents, all of them. I was not elected to come in and end around them and make a decision without their advance notice. Since 2011, before I ever file a rezoning, I have a community meeting for the affected area. I reach out to my constituents because I want to hear what they think. That's what we were elected to do. That's what they pay us for. We have invested in one of the best planning departments in the country. I don't understand why we've ended around them too. Our planning department, I believe I heard Ms. Gamble share that we have several different processes that are underway now to study this very issue and to address this issue. We've also heard that we have some reports that are coming in September. So a deferral until April, it just doesn't work because we have to have the facts. We have to have the information. But more importantly, our planning department, as a matter of best practices, has always taken the lead and rallied the troops, and the troops being our other departments that are going to be impacted by a rezoning. So what we have in front of us is a rezoning opportunity to help affordable housing, which, yeah, we need to address the issue, but we don't need to do it this way. And so I rise to ask that you please agree to an indefinite deferral. Thank you.
So you are against the deferral to the date of April 2nd? Okay. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized on the motion to defer off of first reading to the meeting of April 2nd, please, ma'am.
Previous question.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Okay, Ms. Benedict has called for the previous question. That is a non-debatable motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting in the affirmative. Calling the previous question ends the debate on the motion to defer to the date of April 2nd for BL 2024-186. Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please open the machines to call the previous question on this debate, on this bill? So members, if you are seeking to end debate on the deferral motion, you would vote yes in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue to debate the merits of the deferral, you would vote no. Oh, all votes are in. Very prompt. Thank you all. With that, Mr. Clerk, close the machine. Please show the vote. Okay, the motion to end the debate prevails, and thus we will now move straight to the vote on the motion to defer BL 2024-186, sponsor Evans Siegel, off of first reading. Okay, so it's going to stay on first reading all the way up to the meeting of April 2nd. Mr. Clerk, please open the machines, please. Does anyone need assistance from ITS? Anybody have any issues with their tablets? Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please close the machines and show the vote. Okay. The motion, oh. Wow, this is a first. Okay. I will be breaking the tie and I will vote to support the motion to defer to the first meeting of April 2nd. Okay? Okay. Meaning that that motion to defer to the meeting of April 2nd off of first reading prevails. Okay. Now we are moving on to agenda item 59, ordinance BL 2024-187, sponsors Horton, Evans Siegel, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Coupin, Cortez, Prep-T, and Bradford. This is an ordinance amending section 17.08.030 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to change the single-family, please, two-family and multifamily uses from being permitted conditionally to being permitted by right in the CS commercial service and CSNS commercial service no short-term rental, CSA commercial services alternative, and CSANS commercial service alternative no short-term rental zoning districts. Mr. Horton, it's to you, sir, on your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for a deferral to April 2nd with a brief comment.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Is there a second to the motion to defer? Okay. Okay, go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What this bill does is provide the opportunity for housing to be built in commercial districts by right. I've shared this with planning, and planning has provided very useful comments, some of which I'm working through, as well as some provided by colleagues here, such as notification requirements and invitations to speak with colleagues. This deferral allows us the time to work through these comments that have already been received. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of deferral here. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Horton has made a motion to defer off of first reading, to move first reading to the meeting of April 2nd. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion about the motion to defer? Mercifully seeing none. All in favor of the motion to defer this bill to the first reading to the meeting of April 2nd, please say aye. Aye. Those voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This bill is, the first reading of that bill, 187, is deferred to the first meeting of April 2nd. Okay, the last bill that was pulled from first consideration is Agenda Item 60, Ordinance BL 2024-188, sponsors Horton, Evans, Siegel, Parker, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Cupin, Prep T, and Bradford. This is an ordinance amending Section 17.12.020 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to eliminate minimum lot areas for multifamily, mobile homes, and non-residential uses in RM, residential multifamily zoning districts. Mr. Horton, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to defer this one to March 7th, please.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Mr. Horton has made a motion to defer the first reading of Bill 188 to the meeting of March 7th. March 7th. If members will recall from the top of the meeting, because of the election, the meeting of March 5th is moved to March 7th. Hence, his motion to that date certain. Okay, there's a motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer to March 7th? Oh, okay. Yes, Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have a question. I hope it's appropriate. Just wondering why this deferral is to March 7th and the prior one was till April.
I appreciate that. Mr. Horton, can you explain the nature of the deferral and why you're doing this one to the 7th as opposed to some of the others that are to the 2nd?
I'm staggering the deferrals. I'd like each of them to stand or fail on their own merit, so I'm timing them to be deferred, at least mine to be deferred to different meetings, so we have time to consider each of them individually and not feel like they're all lumped together or part of one package.
Okay, I appreciate that. Does that clarify, Ms. Toombs?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else seeking discussion or a question for the sponsor? Okay. Seeing none, properly moved and properly seconded to defer first reading to the meeting of March 7th. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Bill 188 is moved to March 7th. Okay, where are we now? Let's see. Okay. All right, we are now in section M of our agenda, which is a late filed bill. You can find this on page 32 of your agenda. Let's see. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Item M1 is a late filed bill. Chair Sepulveda for a report from the Rules Committee on the nature of the late file. You're recognized, Ms. Sepulveda.
I think the sponsor has to move to suspend the rules. Councilmember Gamble signed on.
Understood, but I think, Ms. Sepulveda, I was going to ask on the nature of the late file, after which I was going to ask Ms. Gamble if she wanted to, on the nature of the late file. I'm just inquiring about the nature of the late file, please, Ms. Sepulveda.
Rules had no problem. We voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, so members, having heard Chair Sepulveda's report on the nature of the late file for Mr. Cortez's bill, which I guess I still need to read the caption, Correct. I apologize. Okay, so this is BLM 1 without a number. Sponsor Cortez and Ms. Gamble, having signed on, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R40 to RS40 zoning for various properties along Cloverland Drive, west of Cloverland Park Drive. This is 112.76 acres, all of which is described herein. Okay, so we've got the chair's report on the nature of the late file. Given that, are there any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. And now Chair Gamble, as Councilman Cortez cannot be with us this evening, I understand you've signed on and you are recognized for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gamble. Go ahead, please.
Motion to move the bill.
Okay, so motion to approve from Ms. Gamble. Properly seconded. All in favor of approval, please say aye. Any voting no? Oh, do we need to have discussion? I apologize. Okay, was there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, motion to approve. All said aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed. Okay, now we are moving on to Section N, bills on second reading that were not on consent. Okay. Okay, the first bill on second reading that is not on consent is Agenda Item 102. BL 2024-153, sponsor Wiener, is an ordinance amending Section 15.64.035 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. Ms. Wiener, to you, ma'am.
Committee reports, please.
Okay, Ms. Porterfield on Bill 153 for a committee report, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance consider BL 2024-153, 12 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstaining.
Okay, 12, 1, and 1. Chair Parker, it's to you for your committee report from Transportation Infrastructure, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered the bill. We recommended approval, 8 in favor and 3 against.
8 in favor, 3 against. Okay, back to you, Ms. Wiener.
Thank you. I would like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If anybody has had any questions about this bill, I feel like I have had an opportunity over the last several months to share with you the nature of this. We've had Metro Water here and Metro Legal to explain the nature of this bill. In short, if a developer is building in an area that is served by combined water and sewer pipes, then the capacity fee applies to them because they are subject to needed upgrades over time. If a developer is building in an area that is served by ditches instead of combined pipes, then Metro Legal suggests that the capacity fee should not apply to them because stormwater does not upgrade ditches. They upgrade pipes. Is there a cost to this? Yes, there is a cost. Of the $35 million that are applied to these fixes and to these upgrades, $700,000 of it, which is 2%, is what is being pulled out. In all my years doing this, I have never taken money away from Metro. I usually like to give it to us. However, in this case, we're mitigating risk of losing the $35 million in the unforeseen or the foreseen circumstance that hopefully it wouldn't happen, but if we were to get sued. And we want to make sure that we cover this fund because we have the water sewer infrastructure needs in the county, and we want to make absolutely sure that we meet those needs. And this $35 million will go a long way towards that. I would appreciate your support. I haven't had any other questions about it tonight. And so my hope is you will move approval. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, there is a motion to approve, and so on to discussion. And Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just wanted to kind of briefly give a little bit of context for why I'm going to vote no on this. I really appreciate the draftsman of this bill coming back with a version that corrected some of the issues, incorporated the amendment that we applied when it was in resolution form, and fixed the infill issue. The piece that I'm still kind of struggling with, and I've talked with a lot of folks about this kind of legal argument about, well, the Knight case regarding sidewalks, and I'm just struggling to connect, sidewalks could be considered a aesthetic or functional preference. Rainfall is not. Rainfall's on all properties. It needs to be managed effectively. That all those properties have to connect in a way that makes sense, and it's a system, and it needs maintenance. And I'm just not seeing the direct connection to that particular court case that would make the countywide application of this stormwater capacity fee legally questionable. But for my part, in my part of town, we're going to be collecting the fee and using the funds to upgrade the infrastructure. So this, if it passes, it won't really impact my district one way or the other. But I just wanted to share my reasons for voting no, because there's been a lot of discussion on this, and I appreciate everybody who's put work into this and had long conversations with me about their thoughts about it. So, but I will be voting no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair of Transportation and Infrastructure, Sean Parker. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized for purposes of discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, but knowing that we will have at least one no vote, Mr. Clerk, can you please open the machine? Colleagues, Ms. Weiner has moved approval on second reading of BL 2024-153. Is anybody having trouble with a tablet, Mr. Clerk? From whom do we not have votes? Oh, Ms. Hancock is not present, so, okay. Sounds like everybody's in. All the votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines and please show the vote. Okay, the motion prevails. It passes this bill on second reading with 25 votes yes, 6 voting no, and 2 abstentions. Okay, continuing with bills on second reading that were not on consent is agenda item 109, BL 2024-161, Coupin, Gamble, and Parker. This is an ordinance authorizing Sobro One Apartments LLC to construct and install aerial and underground encroachments at 825 6th Avenue South. Mr. Coupin, it's to you on your bill, sir. Is Mr. Coupin here? Yeah, Mr. Parker, I'm going to go to you, sir. Be advised here that Mr. Coupin does have an amendment, but.
Yes. So Mr. Coupin was present in Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. So I will move his bill, of which I'm also a co-sponsor.
Okay.
Sir, do you want to, can I call for committee reports? Or?
Yeah, go ahead and let's do that. Keep it moving.
All right.
Well, Mr. Coupin, Mr. Parker's going to call as a co-sponsor on committee reports on your behalf, and you can give one of those. Mr. Parker, go ahead.
So I have the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee report.
Yep.
We considered the amendment, recommended in favor, 11 and 0 against, and then the bill as amended, recommended in favor, 11 for and 0 against. And I think we have planning as well.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Harrell, you have that report? Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Planning and zoning approve, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 no votes.
And did you have a vote on the proposed amendment as well? The same vote there, likely?
Yes, same vote.
Okay.
11 for, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 no votes.
Okay, so with the committee reports in, we're going to go back to the primary sponsor. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized, sir, for a motion on your bill, so we can get it before us before you move to amend.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, co-sponsor, for having my back on that. I would like to move the bill for approval, please.
Okay, the bill is before us, properly moved and properly seconded. Mr. Coupin, would you like to put on your amendment?
I would love to move all of these amendments, please.
As I understand, it's just one amendment, sir. The other, it's a little confusing. Those are the exhibits. Those are two exhibits to the primary amendment. Okay. So Mr. Coupin has moved his amendment. Colleagues, you heard the committee reports relative to that amendment. All in favor? Is there any discussion on Mr. Coupin's amendment or anyone? Okay. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any no? Any abstention? Okay. You have adopted that amendment on your bill, Mr. Coupin, and so now what is before us is you're needing to move the bill as amended, sir.
I'd like to move the bill as amended, please.
Okay, do I hear a second? Okay, BL 2024-161 by Coupin has been moved as amended on second reading. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, the bill is amended, passes second reading. Okay, with that, we're on third reading. Okay, woo woo. All right, section O of our agenda is bills on third reading, not on consent. Okay. Here. Okay, the first bill on third reading that is not on consent, I think for reason simply of an amendment, Mr. Coupin, we're going to come back to you pretty fast. Agenda item 127, BL 2023-105, sponsor Coupin, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 909 and 917 Cheatham Place at the southeastern corner of Cheatham Place at 10th Avenue North. This is 0.38 acres to permit 8 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein. Mr. Coupin, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move the bill.
Okay. Oh, do we need a committee report?
Oh, committee reports.
Okay.
Sorry, that's what I want. Committee
Yep, we
reports,
need a
please.
committee report from Planning and Zoning because it's Title 17 on third reading. Vice Chair Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
11 in favor, 0 against, 0 no votes.
And would that be the same on Mr. Coupin's proposed amendment as long as we're at it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good to know. Okay, so it's back to you, Mr. Coupin.
Now I would like to move the bill.
Okay, that's been moved and properly seconded, but we need to vote on the amendment. So if you'd please move the amendment.
Yes, now I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Okay. Is there any discussion or questions on Mr. Coupin's amendment to BL 2023-105? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any noes, any abstentions? Okay, Mr. Coupin, we are back to you with the amendment on for a motion for your bill as amended.
Can I move the bill as amended?
You're moving approval on the bill as amended. We've already got our committee reports. This is third reading. All in favor, please say aye. Any noes or abstentions? Okay, your bill is amended, is adopted on third reading, Mr. Coupin. Okay, our last item, Yep, 128 and 132. Okay, two more, sorry. Didn't mean to get your hopes up. Agenda item 128, BL 2023-106. Coupon is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-105, a proposed specific plan zoning district located at 909-917 Cheatham Place at the southeastern corner of Cheatham Place and 10th Avenue, 0.3 acres to permit 8 multifamily units. Okay, Mr. Coupin, you have an amendment on this bill as well. Let's see, so we need to get committee reports, if you would.
Committee
please, sir.
reports, please.
Okay, Vice Chair Harrell of Planning and Zoning, if you would please give us a report on the bill and the amendment.
Both were 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 no votes.
Okay, so it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion on your amendment.
Move the amendment, sorry.
Okay, there is an amendment on BL 2023-106. Are there any questions about the amendment? Any discussion? Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any noes or abstentions? Okay, now we're back to you, Mr. Coupin, with your amendment adopted for a motion on your bill as amended.
Please move the bill as amended.
Okay, all in favor of Mr. Coupin's bill as amended on third reading, Bill 106, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have adopted that bill on third reading. Now, we are on the last item of our agenda. Oh, y'all, can we get it before midnight? Let's get it. Let's do it. Okay, I turned too far. 132, correct? Yes, okay, not on consent. BL 23, what? BL 2023 140, sponsor Vo, Porterfield, and Gamble, is an ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and Lead Public Schools in doing business as Cameron College Prep Nonprofit LLC. Ms. Vo, it's to you. Go, Ms. Vo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Are there any committee reports? There are no committee reports.
Sorry.
Okay, you may move approval.
Okay, I move to approve.
Okay, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Mr. Bradford? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. I'm going to, sorry.
No.
So I'm not going to say everything I said 2 weeks ago. I think everybody understands where I stand on charter schools, how they constantly underperform traditional zone public schools, how this school in particular, out of a 10-point score on equity and other factors, scored 2. And so I really don't think we should be sending any more of our hard-earned tax dollars to a school that is not really performing any better than our zone schools. And we should be looking at putting that money back into our zone schools to improve the metrics there. So with that, I'm going to ask my colleagues, please vote against this bill. And also, one last point, there might be some folks that might say, well, the school is already there, the lease has already started. My question is, why are we just now getting the lease information after the fact? So I think these leases need to be coming to us before anything happens, before any previous leases end, so that we can have debate on those issues. But again, I ask my colleagues to vote against this and stand with our public schools.
Okay, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded, and recognizing that we will have a no vote. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Anyone seeking to be recognized on this before the vote? Would you like to be recognized, Ms. Vo?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just do want to point out that the reason for the lease, it was asked to be taken off so that there could be an independent rent appraisal study that came back. And so now the proposed lease is actually higher with the 2.5 annual rate increase each year. And then I do want to confirm that the proposed lease includes ground maintenance, major building system components, and capital repairs, and that Cameron is responsible for the preventative and routine maintenance, garbage collections, and utilities, which was not in the lease prior. So this has been added. And then I do want to say that the lease was approved unanimously by the Metro Nashville School Board. And I do want to confirm that Cameron was named a level 5, which is the highest rating in the TVOS for the past, I would say for the past 3 years in 2021, 22, and 22 and 23. I hope that my colleagues will support me in approving this lease. Thank you so much.
Okay, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded, seeing no one seeking further discussion, but also knowing that we will have at least one no vote. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machines for BL 2023-140, please. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please close the machines and show the vote. The motion passes 26-3 and 1 on third reading. We almost made it before midnight, colleagues. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, we are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.